machine that goes and picks up the mobile launcher, the SLS rocket with Orion. It's basically the cornerstone of the mobile launch concept. Without the crawler, you couldn't transport the mobile launcher and the vehicle from the vehicle.
Так, всем привет, дорогие друзья.
And it was designed, built,
Я рад приветствовать вас на трансляции запуска ракеты SLS.
Of the truck to the other edge of the truck. It weighs 6.6 million pounds. It has the power to do 2 miles an hour, but you never want to go that fast. Generally, we're around 0.83 for SLS. Artemis will be one of the heaviest loads we've ever carried and one of the tallest loads we've carried. I am exceptionally proud of our team. They're very talented, they're very committed, and they're just all around good team. I think any problem that crops up or anything that comes up, we'll fix it.
День наконец-то настал, когда мы максимально близко к запуску.
So if we do our job and everybody else does theirs, then we're going to have a successful launch. We're going back to the moon. This is going to be just fantastic.
Such an impressive team, and the crawler, Kayla. I mean, this is a certificate from the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, it's pretty cool getting recognized for the heaviest self-powered vehicle in the world at 3,106
сразу нам
tons.
хвастаются
I know.
сертификатом книги рекордов Гиннесса.
The crawler is. I mean, it was
Самый
retrofitted. It was created in the Apollo for the Apollo missions, and it was updated, modified for shuttle, and now it's been modified for Artemis. It's just really an amazing machine, and the people who keep it maintained and operate it. Like, I'm so glad that we
до
could
стартовой
feature them
площадки,
today.
ну и в случае ракеты SLS обратно.
We are 48 minutes and counting again from that opening of the 2-hour window we have today. Kayla, if you thought you were excited, you have got to check out this video here.
Очень странный таймлайн, очень странный самый таймер у НАСА. Пишет 48 минут до старта, хотя старт должен быть в 9:04. В 9:04 открывается стартовое окно. Запускать, конечно, стартового окна. Ну, где такое было? Не знаю.
Hey guys, would you like to see a moon rocket? Yeah! Because it is the future of our country, indeed the future of the world. And we saw what our space program does for science and technology and engineering and mathematics. We saw that in the Apollo
ракету на стартовом столе.
All right, guys, what do you think? What I hope to achieve today is inspiring a new generation. I mean, the more people that
Да, эти дети еще не подозревают, сколько переносов ждет эту ракету на момент съемок этого видео. Сколько переносов она уже пережила. Да, надо достать больше мелких человек в кадре. Всем привет, ребята. Доброе утро. У нас, по крайней мере. Утро.
Rocket is definitely going to the moon.
I think it's really amazing.
And I was actually really excited because I've never seen a rocket like this close up.
Now we have the Artemis generation. This is a new generation of us going back to the moon to learn and live, and then we're going to Mars.
I told you they were so excited. They're so cute. Their faces. It was amazing.
I think my face looked pretty similar the first time I walked into the VAB and looked up at that rocket. I mean, the building is huge, and standing at the base of the rocket just takes your breath away. The scale of it, 322 feet, especially stacked on its end like that, is just amazing. So I almost relived my first time in the VAB through their eyes.
And it was really cool. There was this opportunity where they got to just ask
Пока
any
всё
questions
идет
they
шикарно.
wanted. I was there, so they were asking me questions. They were asking the administrator, Bob Cabana as well, and they just hands shot up. They just had questions, and then sometimes I didn't really know the
Мы
answer. And
ждем,
they're like, well, it's this. And I was like, oh my God, they know so much and they're
когда нам
so
станет что-нибудь
interested in it.
известно.
I mean,
Я сейчас вам
again, this
расскажу,
is
что
why
произошло за
we're doing
последнее
this.
время.
This is part of the
У нас,
inspiring the next
как
generation.
всегда, началось
Absolutely. Whenever I
немного
get a chance to
офигела
interact
от того,
with
какая она
kids,
классная
kind of of
ракета.
any age, all the way
Может,
from
она
elementary
офигела от
school
того,
up through
какой классный
college.
Старшип с
The human
14
spaceflight
двигателями,
program and Artemis in particular, I think, really
которые прожгли
captures people's
недавно.
imagination and gets them interested in everything it takes to do something so daring and so
Вот,
complicated.
и в итоге она
And actually, before we move
протекла
on, an
водородом,
interesting
как
note about the
обычно.
opening music in that video. It's an
Команда,
original composition called the Artemis
специальная
Generation,
красная
performed by the
команда,
Cooper Middle
которая
School Band
реагирует на такие
percussion
чрезвычайные
section of
ситуации,
McLean, Virginia.
пришли на стартовую
And to
площадку,
continue to
затянули
inspire the
клапана,
Artemis generation, NASA
именно
invited
клапан,
students to
который
take part
протекал,
in a national
затянули
essay
его,
contest, challenging them to
и
imagine what
все,
it'd be
пока
like
что
to
вроде все
lead a
окей. Но
week-long
сейчас у нас есть
mission
другая
to the
проблема. У
moon's
нас
South Pole. Here's the first winner now.
I gazed out of our moon pod window just before it was time to
есть
exit. My crew of 3 and I had been working for
неисправность
years to get here.
с коммутатором.
Our crew consisted of a botanist, an engineer,
Ну,
a
будем думать,
doctor, and me, an
что
astrobiologist.
сегодня ее
We'd been
устранят,
picked because
и
of
в
how well
стартовое
we got
окно
along
все-таки
together,
запустят
with our
ракету.
complementary STEM backgrounds and our naturally upbeat personalities. Houston, this is Artemis Crew 1, initiating airlock sequence, I said over my microphone. I looked at my crewmates, and as I stepped out of the pod, I felt so gratified, becoming the first woman on the moon. Our purpose was to set up a moon habitat containing the 4 things needed to keep a crew safe: oxygen and clean water, a waste disposal system, the veggie project for food, and a protective outside shell made of regolith and mycelium.
Да,
We will build it over the
анимация,
next week, and it will be used by other astronauts for years to come.
ну, интересная, скажем так.
Embarking on this incredible adventure, I couldn't help but be grateful to be given this opportunity to lead the most
Мне
remarkable
кажется, ее
crew
рисовали еще
and to know that I was a
в
part of
2000-х,
the
когда только
Artemis
начинали думать о
generation.
какой-либо программе возвращения на Луну.
So that was beautifully written by Taya Sauer of Laguna, California. And she was one of 3 essay winners. The 2 others were Austin Pritz of Walcott, Indiana, and Amanda Gutierrez of Lincoln, Nebraska. If you want to check out their essays, you can scan the QR code you see on the screen. The 3 of them beat out nearly 14,000 students who submitted essays. So you definitely want to check out the other 2, again, by scanning this QR code. So right now you're looking live at right outside of Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex. We have plenty of bleachers set out to accommodate, as you can see, a lot of guests that are hoping to see the launch today. So why don't we go in there and check back in with NASA's Leo Martin.
Hi, Megan. Yeah, this place is filling up. You can feel the
Я буду
excitement,
удивлен,
people
если они
chattering, people
запустят в
sharing
срок.
stories, people talking.
Запустят
And, you know, we
сегодня.
just heard about those
Это
Artemis
будет
Moon
что-то
Pod
с
essay
чем-то.
winners who are part of the Artemis generation. Also joining me tonight from the Artemis generation, we have 2 students who were actually able to come down and visit at Kennedy Space Center to watch this launch live tonight. I'm joined here by Denim and Allison. How does it feel to be here tonight?
Really, I was just, when I first found out, I was really nervous. I didn't really know what to expect.
Нет, пусть не может быть
Like,
раньше
we really
стартового
didn't know
окна.
Is out of excitement?
like
Мы
that
тоже
we
хотим
have this
полететь на
opportunity
Луну.
out of so many people who applied for this.
Ну,
It
вот
was
будем
like
играть в
outstanding.
КСП и
And you
полетим.
guys actually got
К
to take a tour
сожалению,
of
вас
Kennedy Space Center a
запустить
little bit earlier this
на
week.
SLS
What was something that you got to see
не
that was just
получится, но у
really
меня есть очень
outstanding?
классные планы
I
на
think
КСП.
it was
Я
the
хочу
shuttle
попробовать
experience,
повторить
like how it
Constellation,
is
а
when
именно
the rocket ship goes on up with people in it. It was honestly really fun doing it and learning
вот.
like how they feel at the moment.
Я очень хочу
And
повторить
Denim, what
миссию
do you think it will
Constellation,
be
а
like
именно
to watch
запуск
the world's
РС-1 и
most
РС-5.
powerful rocket launch tonight from just across the river?
Well, really, I don't really know what to expect because I never really done
Если
this
что, не
before,
пугайтесь,
but
это не
I feel like it
горит
would really be
ничего. Ну, в
outstanding.
плане
I
это
might shed a
горит, но
little
это
tear,
ничего
but
страшного. Это
I don't really know. Like,
жидкий
I'm
водород
really excited to be here, and I
стравливается,
just
чтобы, ну,
it's amazing.
никаких
It is amazing, and I don't think
проблем
you're
не
going to be the
возникало.
only
Жидкий
one
водород
shedding
всегда
tears tonight.
стравливают
Megan, we're super excited. Eyes on
простым
Artemis,
путем,
and we're ready to see the
горением.
launch.
Thanks so much, guys. Now, Kayla, are you ready for more questions from social media? We're getting them in.
Спасибо большое, ребят, за
All right, let's take
donation.
a look
Да,
at
вы
the
можете
screen now. We have
задонатить,
another
ссылка на него
celebrity
есть в
question.
описании. помочь проектику, будем развиваться. О, это актриса из Лайтьера.
Yeah, what an
Прикольно.
awesome question for tonight. I mean,
Интересно.
the return to the moon is going to give us a chance to test all of the capabilities we need to operate on Mars. Mars is
Мне очень
really
понравилось
far from home. It's
комментарий
going to
Альфа
take
Центавра
us 6 months just to get there, and that's with ideal
в
planetary alignment
телеграм-канале,
and expected
что
advances in
стрим
propulsion
SLS
technology.
в
Then we'll spend about a year
6:05
plus on the
по
surface before
UTC.
it's 6
Стрим
months
Альфа
home.
Центавра в
And so the
6:30.
moon is a lot closer. We can get there in 3 days.
Не то чтобы
The
они не верят в
communications delay
SLS,
is a lot
но они
shorter,
верят в
and so
перенос.
we can really
Мне
test our
кажется, сегодня
operational
как
concepts a
минимум
lot
без
closer to
переноса не
home. The
обойдется.
moon's super far away; it's 250,000 miles, but that's
Меня очень
way
смущает,
closer
что
than
таймер
Mars.
иногда
So it's going to
убирают.
give us a chance to test all of our
Мониторю всё
technologies,
в
so
Твиттере.
that we know what we need to develop in order to take that next step.
Yeah, we call it the next giant step for a reason. Mars is very, very far, like you said. All right, let's take another question from social
Говорят, что
media.
на решение
Kayla, what
проблем
inspired you to be an
примерно
astronaut?
70 минут уйдет.
You know,
Ну,
my
уже,
journey was a
конечно,
little
меньше,
bit
уже
different than some of my
65.
colleagues. I didn't grow up
Но
specifically dreaming of becoming an
на
astronaut. I
решение
don't know
проблемы
what
с
the
радаром
barrier was
уйдет
there. I was aware of and inspired by the
чуть
space
больше
program,
часа.
but I never allowed myself to dream of becoming an astronaut until I had served on a submarine, actually. I think that operational experience that's
Но
so
опять же,
similar
скорее
to what
всего,
we
это
do in the
не
space
повлияет
program.
на
If you
время
think about it,
старта,
we're
если
sending
они
humans to
реально
live,
успеют
work, and do something
к
of
старту.
importance in a place where people aren't supposed to be, the
Sure.
depths of the ocean or the
Ну,
vacuum of
должны
space.
успеть.
And so I
Но
think
если
those
выявятся новые
experiences gave me
проблемы,
the
то
confidence to even dream that
я
I
не
could become
удивлюсь,
an
если увижу
astronaut,
надпись
and
«Скраб»
then inspired me to apply in the
или
first place.
«Холд».
And that doesn't deter you again, like
Или
being in a
ну
place
нафиг
where, yeah, we're not
выкатывайте ее и
supposed
на
to be a
запчасти.
confined space at that.
Yeah, I think those parallels, I got a chance to meet an astronaut after serving on my submarine, Kay Heyer, who's also a Naval Academy graduate, class of 1981, and hearing about her experiences working on the space station really made me click. All of a sudden I said, the space station's a submarine in space.
Yes.
And it sounds silly, but I had never made that connection before, and once I did, I just couldn't stop dreaming about it.
Давайте немножко про
I
ракету.
love that your story
Все-таки
isn't,
долгожданный запуск
you
ракеты
know, the
SLS.
typical one, as you said.
Ну смотрите,
Okay, I think
тут
we have
можно
time for one
рассказать
more
так.
question.
Это шаттл, но ракета.
Is Snoopy ready and excited?
Of course. I think like
Так,
any crew member, Snoopy's been training
вот,
for this
ракету мы
moment.
видим,
He
отлично. У
knows
нас
what to
сверху
expect in a
находится
nominal and a
мачта
non-nominal launch and
САС,
all the actions
система
expected
аварийного
of him. So
спасения,
like any
чего
good
не
crew
было на
member,
шаттле.
he's ready to go.
And he has a
Под
suit that's been tailored
обтекателем
to
САС
him. It's
находится
especially
корабль
made for him the
Orion,
way that the
созданный
astronaut suits are
компанией
specially
Boeing.
made for them. So yeah, I think he's ready.
Yeah. Seeing the moon up close.
Корабль
he's ready to go.
четырехместный,
So keep those
достаточно
questions
вместимый,
coming. Use
больше
that
Аполлона.
hashtag Artemis and tweet or drop them in the comments
Его
wherever you're
тепловой
watching
щит
this
еще
broadcast.
лучше.
And don't forget those
Его
NASA
возможности еще
moon
лучше.
snaps. Hashtag NASA moon snap
Более
for your
долгое время он сможет
moon-inspired
пробыть на
content.
орбите.
Okay,
Плюс, в
we are
отличие
now
от Аполлона,
37 minutes from the opening
у
of our
сервисного
2-hour
модуля
launch
этого
window
корабля,
today.
который
Let's check back in with
создали
Daryl,
в
with
Европейском
the launch.
космическом агентстве,
Yeah, we've
есть
had a
солнечные
couple of
панели.
issues that the launch team has been working, and we have an update on both of those. First of all, is the leak, the liquid hydrogen leak, and the replenish valve out at the mobile launch.
Ниже мы можем наблюдать
That leak has not recurred.
вот здесь у нас обтекатель сервисного модуля, а вот здесь это кажется маленькая, но это 5-метровая вторая ступень Дельта 4 Heavy.
Liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage is back in replenish at this moment, and the upper stage of the rocket, liquid hydrogen side,
Вот у нас
is
показывает,
in
как
fast
заполняется
fill.
ракета
You can see from the
топливом.
graphic there
Ну, тут
that we
именно
are
про
back
первую
up to
ступень идет речь.
100% over on the liquid hydrogen side on the right
Но
hand of the screen.
как раз таки сейчас у
On the
нас...
left hand of the screen, you can see we have been in stable replenish.
Да, именно вот эти
for
большие
liquid
цифры,
oxygen.
это к первой
Now, with
ступени
regards
относится,
to
но
the
у нас
range,
сейчас
they
ICPC
reported that they had
заполняется
an issue
топливом.
NASA
Вот мы
test
можем наблюдать
director
отсюда, вот
with
на
their
вторая ступень.
radar site. Later found out that that was actually a bad Ethernet switch that was cutting out and not
Топливо
providing
у
them
всей
the data.
ракеты, кроме
The range
твердотопливных
reported that
ускорителей
they
корабля,
will swap
соответственно,
out that
это
bad switch,
жидкий водород и
and
жидкий
they're
кислород.
currently working on that.
Соответственно, в чем и
They
проблема
advised
вечной
at the time
утечки, хотя у
about,
Atlas 5 такой
a half
фигни не
hour ago that it would
наблюдается на
take them
второй ступени.
about 70 minutes. We're about 25 minutes into that work,
Не спорю, шаттл Сатурн-5 они тоже текли, но почему-то не так много, как под второй ступенью у нас большой переходный отсек. Там у нас скрывается оставшаяся часть второй ступени и двигатель RL-10. Вот. Честно, я не знаю, почему таймер у нас на полчаса раньше, чем открывается окно запуска. Ладно, дальше. Вот у нас большая первая ступень. Это, грубо говоря, шаттловский бак, только больше. Там находится, опять же, вы уже видели по инфографике, там находится жидкий водород, жидкий кислород. Вот здесь жидкий водород отправляется. Кислород отправляется вот этими парами, чтобы они не смешивались в гремучую смесь. Вот. И снизу первой ступени у нас находится 4 двигателя шаттла RS-25. Мощнейшие двигатели, мы смотрели их прожиг 8-минутный. Было круто. Ну и по бокам у нас 2 5-сегментных боковых ускорителя, тоже с шаттловских взяты, только дополнительный сегмент. Мощнее, работают подольше, все остальное.
Let's go back live now to Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex, where we have NASA's Dan Hewitt inside there with our new moon board. Dan, let's focus in on Orion now. It has 3 main elements, right?
That's right, Megan. And Orion is the spacecraft that's going to be carrying our Artemis astronauts off of planet Earth and then returning them home. As you said, 3 major components, so we'll jump in here at the top with the first one, the launch abort system. This is a critical safety feature on Orion, designed to pull the capsule away from the SLS stack in the event of an emergency on the pad or the way uphill. And it does that using 3 solid rocket motors. The first one, the abort motor, can fire within milliseconds of automatically detecting an issue, pulling the capsule away to a safe distance. After that, the attitude adjustment motor. This one will fire.
Вот и специальный клапана сверху, который помогает перераспределить пламя.
Before we get ready to fire the jettison motor. This is the one that will actually take the launch abort system off of Orion, allowing it to then deploy parachutes and parachute down to safety. I will note the jettison motor, the only one that fires no matter what on a normal mission. It's going to fire once we're high enough in the atmosphere. For Artemis 1, that is the only motor on this that is active.
Вторая ступень тоже хорошая, потому что она от Дельта-4 Heavy взята. Она не подводила. Что не так с первой ступенью? Ее создавали Бойд, напомню. Где снова нажали. Скидываемся, Бойд, ничего нет. Ладно,
the heat shield. Remember, this is goal number 1 of this mission, is testing that heat shield. It's an ablative structure made to survive that fiery reentry at the end of the mission. Along the outside, you see these small gray circles. Those are reaction control system thrusters. Orion can use that at the very end to control the yaw, pitch, and roll as it's hurtling through the atmosphere. We have windows. You need windows to look outside. 2 in the front, 2 on the sides, 1 in the side hatch, 1 up top. In the very top docking hatch. Those are different layers of glass and acrylics for pressure and thermal control. We have a docking system, an uprighting system, parachutes, all for the very end of the mission. Third and final piece, down here at the bottom, the European service module. This has all of the propulsion assets for after SLS has done its job. Starting on the bottom, the large orbital maneuvering system engine. This is the one that's providing the most thrust for all of those key maneuvers around the moon. 8 auxiliary thrusters also around the aft to the bottom part of the service module to provide some additional push as well. And then 24 of these smaller reaction
миллион баксов в мусор не улетят, конечно, они рано или поздно улетят на Луну, но лучше сегодня, чем потом.
We flip the vehicle up, we see 4 solar arrays, each one 24 feet in length, altogether generating 11 kilowatts of electrical power for Orion systems. Inside the service module, you have tanks for things like the thermal control system, potable water when we have a crew on board, and also pressurized oxygen and nitrogen.
Да, там внутри куча всего, там внутри баки с топливом, вода, аккумуляторы, система жизнеобеспечения, которая и в корабле тоже, естественно, есть. Солнечные панели 11 киловатт для корабля делают. Кстати, этот экран находится в ангаре, где Сатурн-5. Иронично.
Thank you, Megan. We are back in Firing Room 2 at the Launch Control Center, and joining us now is Philippe Delou, ESA's program manager for the Orion European Service Module. You have quite the title there, a big title for a big job, I'm sure. We are very glad to have you here, and we understand that the European Service Module is powering Orion that's going to send humanity farther than ever before. Philippe, how is it getting us there?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So, yes, the service module accommodates the propulsion system that contains among the tanks and the pressurization of the system the engine, all the engines, 33 engines in total,
один из представителей Европейского космического агентства.
To perform the burns to put Orion into the moon orbit and then back on the trajectory to return to Earth.
Основная задача сервисного модуля — это остаться на орбите Луны и вернуться с орбиты Луны домой, к кораблю Орион. Но это не случится, если ракета не взлетит. Основная задача, задача которая лежит на первой ступени в первую очередь.
To the crew module and the service module equipment so that they can operate. And the third function is the thermal control of the system. The service module accommodates radiators to reject the heat that is produced by all the equipment and the crew that will eventually be in the Orion. Finally,
у нас полчаса до старта НАСА, но почему они не меняют таймер?
It will have tanks to store the crew consumable, the water, the oxygen and the nitrogen.
Иронично, что Сатурн мог отправить посадочную капсулу, модуль и луноход, которые спускались на поверхность и могли вернуться. Да, было такое, но с Орионом немножко другой способ выбрали, потому что решили, что Орион должен стыковаться уже с другим модулем, там будет космическая станция, короче, выбрали более сложный путь, но предполагаемое более долгое пребывание как на орбите Луны, так и на ее поверхности. Аполлоны все-таки не так много могли быть на нашем естественном спутнике. Где ураган? Да, урагана не было, не завозили СЛС обратно. Да, СЛС оставили стоять, ураган сейчас более-менее утихомирился и прошел, ну, ветер пока снизился уже хорошо, ветер достигал более 111 км в час. Falcon 9 завозили в ангар, но Falcon 9 ракета поменьше. И не рассчитанная на такие нагрузки.
Indeed, it was a real teamwork of about 60 companies across 10 European countries. Well, together with the prime contractor, we have selected the finest companies available in Europe to build the state-of-the-art equipment which is needed to go back to the moon with humans.
Right, we're going back to the moon and farther even beyond. Thank you so much, Philippe. I really appreciate you being here tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Of course, of course. Megan, back to you.
Now it's time to check back in with Mission Control in Houston.
Сейчас мы ближе всего подбираемся к запуску СЛС.
Things are good over here at Johnson Space Center, which is just one part of an agency-wide effort with many NASA programs doing their part to make future missions a reality. When the first woman and first person of color travel to the moon, they'll be wearing a state-of-the-art launch and entry spacesuit called the Orion Crew Survival System. When they set foot on the moon, they'll be in another all-new next-gen suit, both being developed at the Johnson Space Center and through partnerships with commercial providers. During those spacewalks, astronauts will collect samples for further study of the moon. The Astromaterials Research and Exploration Science Division at JSC is preparing to receive rocks, soil, and ice collected from the moon's south pole, which has a unique crater impact history and ice deposits that have never been sampled. And leading the effort to advance capabilities for science, exploration, and commercial development of the moon is the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, or CLPS. More than a dozen American companies are developing science investigations and tech demos. Additionally, we need a sustainable presence, station in orbit to facilitate continuous lunar access and serve as a home base or a jumping off point for new deep space exploration missions. This is where Gateway comes in. It's a multi-purpose lunar space station being developed by a worldwide effort led out of JS. NASA is again teaming up with international and commercial partners to create this essential component. Artemis and Gateway will enable NASA's human research program to better understand how the human body adapts beyond low Earth orbit, ensuring future astronauts traveling to the Moon and Mars have the tools to keep healthy and thrive in new environments. And with that, we're going to turn it back over to Megan and Kayla at Kennedy.
Thank you so much.
So Artemis will also facilitate new discoveries about the Moon. So to tell us what we're hoping to learn, we have Sarah Noble here. She's the Artemis Lunar Science Lead. Great to have you here.
Thanks.
So tell us about what we know about the Moon.
Yeah, so we learned a ton about the Moon during Apollo, right, from the samples and the data that we collected. In fact, we're still learning from those samples and data even today, 50 years later. But then since Apollo, you know, we've actually been studying the Moon mostly from above, learning about getting more of a global perspective on the Moon that we really didn't have during Apollo. And so that's allowed us to ask a lot better questions and to understand where to go to find the answers to them.
Now that we're headed back to the Moon, sending human beings as part of the Artemis program, what are we hoping to learn that's new?
Yeah, so we're going to an entirely different part of the Moon.
Старшит новая техника, которая нужна отработать в от SLS, согласен. Причем топливо тоже относительно новое. Не часто метан. И жидкий кислород увидишь у ракеты.
Which is some of the oldest rocks on the Moon. It's the part of the original crust of the Moon. And there's places there that are permanently shadowed, where we think that water and other molecules sort of get trapped, and we really want to understand what those are, and so that we can use them for both science and for
Подробнее о миссии Артемида я рассказывал в своем ролике про саму миссию. Ролик будет выпущен на этой неделе. Привет, всем привет, ребята! Сегодня мы ждем запуска ракеты Артемида с космическим кораблем Орион. У нас будет запуск ракеты долгожданный. У нас будет облет Луны, это в течение месяца будет. Вывод 13 кубсатов, которые как дополнительная полезная нагрузка идут. Также отработка технологий, отработка корабля и все остальное. Ну, опять же, если у нас все будет хорошо. То, что в таймере написано 23 минуты до старта, это... Не знаю почему, но это на полчаса раньше, чем открывается стартовое окно. Не может такого быть. У нас ракета еще только, ну, процентов, думаю, 65 заполнены водородом, в плане вторая ступень. Первая вроде полная.
And one of the great things is that we can bring back a lot of samples, right? When we do robotic sample return, it's usually a very small amount. But if you look at what we brought back from Apollo, it's a large amount of samples that literally hundreds, probably maybe thousands of scientists have been able to study over the years and over generations. And that's a lot of brain power to put behind those samples.
So again, that's how
Может повисит на орбите, подождет там окна? Нет, это же именно окно запуска.
That's right. To hopefully advance. Yeah.
That's right.
Perfect. Sarah, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
So in honor of our destination, the Moon, we asked you all to create Moon-inspired content and share them with us using the hashtag NASA MoonSnap. We got so many wonderful submissions, so why don't we check them out now?
Красивенькие картиночки, видосики. Ну, рисуночки добротные.
That was a really cool look at all the different kinds of creations, recipes, and also art, and it was great to see what people submitted.
Yeah, it's awesome to see the creativity out there and how people are engaging with this mission in so many different ways.
Yeah. So I know that you didn't submit it yet, but you did create a moon snap, so to say. So why don't we take a look at that picture?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pictures of the moon that I was able to take from orbit. I think for me, it kind of reminds me of that iconic picture of moonrise or Earthrise from the moon from Apollo. And it's kind of that in reverse. I think there's something about seeing the moon from orbit around the Earth that makes it seem a little bit easier to imagine what it'd be like to have that view from the moon looking back at our home planet.
Yeah, you should definitely submit that because that's an amazing photo.
Вспоминает сразу восход Земли, который был впервые снят в миссии Apollo 8.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So I haven't taken a moon snap, so I had nothing to submit. So how do you feel about creating a moon snap with me?
Let's do it.
All right, well, take that, if you don't mind lifting it up, and we're just going to snap a photo here. Oh, lighting. Perfect. So I just created a moon snap. I love it. I'm going to share it. And again, this is just to encourage people to really get involved in this mission. So we will continue to collect and share those photos. So again, if you have a NASA moon snap, just use that hashtag.
Да, в Роскосмосе такой фигни нету. Ладно, кстати, что у нас по Роскосмосу? А, ничего, у нас по Роскосмосу. Ближайшие запуски только с Плесецкой, там какой-то с Байконура. КАС-502.
In May, NASA and Boeing flew OFT-2, the second uncrewed flight test of the Starliner capsule. The goal is to certify the capsule for regular flights to the International Space Station after a crewed flight test next year. In July, we released the first images captured by our James Webb Telescope, and oh my, those are really beautiful, fascinating photos, and they're going to really help us answer some of astronomy's biggest questions about how our universe began. And then in September, we intentionally slammed the DART spacecraft into asteroid Dimorphos. Boom, look at that. And we successfully changed its course. The asteroid wasn't headed for Earth, but the test was to show we could defend our planet if needed. And recently, 2 other missions that benefit the Artemis program. Last week, we tested a new inflatable heat shield that could help us eventually land humans on Mars. And just 2 days ago, Capstone arrived at its intended orbit around the Moon. The small satellite launched from New Zealand in June and will now test a unique lunar orbit for a future space station there.
Вообще, я хотел его выпустить уже. Прям, ну, типа, перед стримом. Но я решил, что я его выпущу после стрима, чтобы не отвлекать. То есть ждите примерно в течение пары часов после стрима Boeing Starliner.
This critical flight test sets the course for a bright future at the moon. It represents our ability to safely send Artemis
Вот так у нас
astronauts
должна
and
полететь
critical
ракета.
hardware to lunar orbit. Humanity will experience Artemis in different ways than we did Apollo. We will explore new areas of the
Но вот
moon
такого
with
сегодня, к
21st
сожалению, не будет, потому
century
что
materials,
это
technologies,
люди на Луне планируются
systems,
только
and operations.
в миссии Артемида 4 или 5.
First space station to orbit the moon, built with next-generation technology. Gateway will not only provide a deep space outpost for future lunar expeditions, it will also serve as a station
Вот
for
они рисуют на
landers,
Gateway какие-то странные посадочные модули, но мы же все
flights.
прекрасно знаем, что там будет
Starting
Starship.
with the core power and habitation elements, Gateway will grow with increasing capability as international partners contribute new habitat and refueling modules, observation windows, external robotics, and more. Gateway will enable longer stays and more science to be conducted on and around the moon than ever before. And one day, it will help set the stage for missions to Mars. A highly skilled, diverse core of astronauts will be selected for Artemis missions, including the first woman and first person of color to step foot on the moon. Aboard Gateway, the crew will conduct exciting research from their
Кайфово.
unique
Первые
deep
астронавты,
space
которые
vantage
будут на
point.
Луне.
Gateway will also be a transfer station for astronauts to board innovative human landing systems that will ferry them to and from the lunar surface for exciting scientific expeditions near the South Pole. Once on the moon, Artemis astronauts will use expertise in fields like biology and geology to conduct groundbreaking research in modern spacesuits using advanced tools. They will drive new rovers to investigate the lunar terrain and unlock
Илон
some of
случайно не
the
хочет
greatest
сделать лунный
mysteries of our
Starship
solar
модульным?
system.
Не
Artemis
думаю.
1
А зачем? А
cements our
как?
capability to
Зачем
send
это надо?
astronauts and cargo to the moon for
Как можно
years to
Starship
come.
сделать модульным?
We're going back to the moon. We are Artemis.
As we approach the opening of our 2-hour launch window, we have a special musical performance for you. America the Beautiful, played in honor of the flight test by the Philadelphia Orchestra.
А, нет, так не будет. Потому что расположение баков, всего остального. Я сейчас очень надеюсь, что за эту музыку не заблокируют. Нет, Старлайнера там планируется... Ой, за Старшипа планируется куча заправок и всего остального, поэтому... Я думаю, все будет в этом плане продумано уже давно. Он сможет и сесть, и вернуться в таком виде, каком есть. Просто Старшип-то не будет возвращаемый на Землю. Лунный, сами знаете. В нем будет очень много изменений в конструкции. Как он чувствует? Он чувствует, что запуск будет. Ну, судя по таймеру, у нас 15 минут до старта. Господи, если бы это было правда. Почему никто не может, нормальное время до стартового окна дать? У нас есть свой оркестр, реально. Как он чувствует. Очень по авторским правам сейчас боюсь. Ну, блин, не то что пофиг. Я боюсь больше блокировки видео, а не какое-то отключение монетизации. С монетизацией ничего толком и нет. Вот, но он реально чувствует. Реально, полная версия Starship заменит Orion Gateway. Мое лицо, когда SLS запустит. Вот это мое лицо, когда SLS запустит.
A truly beautiful performance. It really has me feeling quite emotional right now.
Yeah, perfect tribute for tonight's launch.
You know, it's just it gives me a sense of pride, really, to just remember that our country continues to lead our nation in space exploration. So, and as such, the White House is closely watching this historic launch. Earlier this year, Vice President Kamala Harris came down to Kennedy Space Center and met with NASA leadership as well as astronauts. She also toured our facilities where teams are working on hardware for future Artemis missions. Before leaving, she signed a piece of the Orion spacecraft that will fly on Artemis 3. She's doing it right there, which will return astronauts to the lunar
Orion
surface.
spacecraft.
Okay, Kayla, time for more social questions. So let's take the first one. You know now the drill. It's going to be a celebrity question.
Я считаю, было бы круто позвать Линдси Стирлинг. У нее есть композиция специально. Ну, не специально, а композиция была записана до этого, называется Artemis. Но потом она была переснята именно клип в НАСА и приурочена к запуску SLS. Можете загуглить, посмотреть. Линдси Стирлинг. Какие отличия Артемида и Аполло? Да, как я говорил, Аполлон — это кратковременное нахождение на Луне. Орион в СЛС Артемида предполагает длительное нахождение на орбите Луны и на Луне. С инфраструктурой, с научными экспериментами. Грубо говоря, Аполлон — это более политическая такая миссия, Артемида — более научная.
That's captivating a lot of people, so that was really fun.
Хотя сама ракета...
Also clearing the first, that was funny. All right, let's go to the second question. How does it feel in space?
Being in space is amazing. I mean, for us launching to orbit around the Earth and then go to the space station where I just was for 6 months, we're in an apparent microgravity environment. So for us, it feels like we're weightless, like we're floating. So you have to relearn how to live and work in that space. But once you get used to it, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we were just talking, Jessica Watkins, another NASA astronaut, was just here, and she was saying that actually when you came back on Earth, that was an adjustment as well, because you got so used to living on the space station.
Yeah, the transition home was actually a lot harder for me than the transition up there, because our vestibular systems kind of remap. We start ignoring all the sensors in our inner ear that tell us how our bodies are moving, because the space environment is so strange. But we really need that on Earth to balance and control our bodies. So when we get back, it takes a couple of days before we feel comfortable again.
Really interesting. Thanks so much for those. Okay, so we are 10 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window today. So why don't we head back over to Daryl. Daryl, tell us what's happening now.
Yeah, Megan, we actually have about 10 minutes
Я не помню точно, какие наушники смотрел, я не помню название, но сейчас скажу. Они достаточно знаменитые, просто я не запомнил название. Только вчера их посмотрел. Но я их мерил, они кайфовые. BR Dynamic. DT770 либо DT990. Но они такие прям студийные, хорошие для звука. Но стоят они, конечно, как крыло самолета. Лучше какие-нибудь К-52 купить. Лучше копить деньги на квартиру. Нас, походу, с общаги выселяют. Ну, там свои приколы. Вот у нас последний холд перед окончательным точным временем старта. И если ничего не меняется, то этот холд у нас запустится через много-много минут. Короче, у нас 9:05 запуск, а 8:55 должен запуститься таймер. Так, у нас сказали, вроде топливо заполнено. Будем ждать, когда нам скажут про запуск.
The 45th Space Wing officer reporting in to the NASA test director that the Ethernet switch has been replaced. This problematic switch took down their ability to see radar from one of their assets, which is key in getting acquisition and signal for the flight termination system if it were to be needed. Of course, this is a critical system that has to be tested before we can launch.
Да, я тоже думаю, завезут контент, хотя вспоминается запуск Джеймса Веба. Что-то страшно мне. Но там было Европейское космическое агентство, здесь НАСА, у них в этом плане получше. Причем все знали, что запуск будет легендарный, запуск будет офигенский. Я думаю, камер, контента, рокет-камов завезут.
So for the moment, you see on your clock now, we are in the T-minus 10-minute hold. We just entered that, and now roughly we're looking at 28 minutes to
сэкономили на вебе, но скинулись на Artemis. Ну да, пару GoPro ставили, и норм. People схавает.
How that syncs up with the range getting back online with their equipment. And then we should have a new T0 for you soon. That's the latest from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Megan, back to you.
So things are obviously still very dynamic. We're going to come back to Daryl as much as possible. Now, to understand where we are going, we have to know where we have been. To do that, we spoke to some of the special few who walked on the moon and those who sent them.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best
Легендарное слово Кеннеди.
It's been 50 years since we've been to the moon, and we've got a great program called Artemis. We're going back. The Apollo program was a test for the American people that you can do what you set out to do. All it took was turning to it and making it happen.
We are go for a mission to the moon at this time.
Engines on 5, 4, 3, 2. All engines running. Launch commit. Liftoff. We have liftoff 49 minutes past the hour.
I think the characteristic that I remember most though of the Saturn V was the noise. The noise was enormous and it was almost
Фрэнк
impossible
Борман,
to communicate.
астронавт Apollo 8. Сейчас я жду это. Сейчас будет. Задонатьте кто-нибудь 500 рублей 999. Там будет это. Вот это. Я очень тихий, говорят. Сейчас прибавим, ребят. Так, вот так меня лучше слышно, надеюсь. Можно вот это погромче сделать.
We are a nation of explorers. During Apollo, we were on national TV literally
Так, вот так получше, ребят, меня слышно? Надеюсь, получше. Отлично, спасибо большое. Космос Плей. 3 раза одно и то же сообщение. Пожалуйста, попрошу не спамить. То, что страшно, не волнуйтесь. Не рванет и ладно. Не сегодня, так завтра.
The science of a space flight is one that will continue to inspire going to the moon, generates technology.
Ты чувствуешь, когда ты полетел в Apollo 8 на облет Луны и думал, что полетишь в Apollo 13 на посадку, а ты полетел также на облет Луны. Трагично и иронично.
We have a generation that is ready, a generation with that technology, a generation with the education. Artemis represents the future in space. It is our
Честно, вот
next
наушники — это сейчас основная проблема, почему мне сложно вести долгие стримы. Но те, которые я прям хочу, они стоят.
If you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are showing you a live look of another visitor center. This is the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Wow, take a look at all of those people
Вот
who are
сколько у нас
there,
людей собралось в ангаре, где стоит Сатурн 5, музей этот небольшой, и все смотрят за запуском SLS.
Huntsville, Alabama. That center played a crucial role in contributing to the Artemis program. So I'm not surprised that there are a bunch of people there watching. All right, so now we're going to take go back to Leah Martin over at Banana Creek. Again, that's right outside of our visitor center, and she's with some other folks who came out to watch today's launch.
Yeah, you know, Megan, we talked about this being America's rocket, right? Every state in the United States has contributed to this rocket, so it should be no surprise that we have people from all over the country joining us here tonight. I'm actually joined by some friends of ours who are joining us from Georgia and Utah. What does it mean to be here tonight to see tonight's launch?
звучание, каждое все услышать. Вот поэтому такие нужны. Но это значит, что это мечта на будущее. Когда-нибудь. Пока что можно обойтись наушниками в 1500 и кайфовать. Просто в 1500 они как минимум удобно сидят на голове. Не жмут ничего.
And you were actually telling me a little bit earlier that you grew up in the Apollo era in those years following those first launches, and now here, how does it feel to be watching the sister program launch and seeing at the beginning?
Look at the goosebumps. That tells it all right here. I'm totally thrilled to be here.
Now, and you were actually telling me that you have a personal connection to this rocket as well. You know some people who have worked on it. What do you think it feels like being here? How does it feel for you to see something that's the culmination of so many years of hard work?
Yeah, I think it's crazy when you think about how long it takes to build it and stuff. Like, I wasn't even born last time people tried to get to the moon. So it's awesome. I think it's so exciting, and I cannot wait.
And we have a ton of people who are working
Ну, я даже просто хочется оттянуть этот момент, типа, запускайте завтра.
Oh, I hope it goes tonight.
Megan, back to you.
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Yes, I love that. And again, I just love these drone shots that we're showing of all the people who are here ready, hoping, anticipating launch today. So now let's head back over to Dan. So Dan is in the Apollo Saturn V Center, which is right next to this crowd that you're seeing here. He's inside there, and he's going to tell us more about SLS using an interactive state-of-the-art tool we're calling the Moon Board.
That's right, Megan and everybody. Welcome back to the moon board. So, just to recap,
Таймер
SLS out on the
потому
pad,
что
on
это
the mobile launcher.
запланированный
Daryl's been
10
walking me
минут,
through
типа холд
all
на
of the
10
tanking,
минутах,
all of the preparation. We had that
чтобы сейчас
hydrogen leak
все
that was in the
проблемы были
base of
решены
the
с
mobile
ракетой,
service
и
structure here. That's been
только тогда нам
remedied.
скажут
We
точное
haven't
время
had any
запуска.
issue with those tails,
Один фиг еще
umbilicals
полчаса
that we
до
were
открытия
tracking so
стартового окна.
closely back in August and September. So everything looking really good with SLS. Just to recap, most powerful rocket we have ever
Most
built.
powerful rocket.
Propelled by two
Starship,
solid
который прожег
rocket
14
boosters
двигателей,
and
уже
four
стал
engines on
мощнее
this
в Falcon
core
Heavy.
stage. Now these solid rocket boosters are going to be
Полет
firing
в
for the first
9:05 по
roughly 2
московскому
minutes
времени.
of the flight, a little more than 2 minutes. And we call them solids because of the type of propellant in there. If you forgot it already, it's aluminum powder, ammonium perchlorate, and polybutadiene acrylonitrile. It's a binding agent that's inside. Solid propellants are extremely stable, they're very reliable, but once you ignite them, they're going to keep burning. You can't really throttle them up and down like you can with liquid-fueled engines. You can throttle just based off of the distribution, so you basically put more propellant in some areas and less in others as you're trying to really throttle the rocket down, which we do as we go through things like max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. And just a reminder, as these things are firing, they can steer, they can gimbal. The bottom part here, gimbal just means you can really direct, and they're providing 90% of the steering as SLS is making the flight uphill, and more than 75% of the thrust with those two firing at the same time. And again, they're attached to this. This is the core stage, 212 feet tall, the largest single stage we've ever constructed. It's been through the green run test, a lot of preparation for this flight today. And it is propelled by these 4 RS-25 engines. Now, these are liquid-fueled rocket engines, so you have a fuel and an oxidizer. And one of the great things about liquid fuel is you can throttle them in real time. You can kind of like the gas in your car, you can go faster or a little bit slower. So these throttle up to 104% of their rated thrust at the time of liftoff. We throttle them down as we go through max Qs, the maximum amount of pressure on SLS on the way uphill, and then throttle them back up until they've consumed all of their propellants. And they're consuming that propellant at more than 1,500 gallons a second. That is just an astronomical amount of fuel that's running through these engines to produce that thrust. Each of these up to 500,000 pounds each during their operation. And of all the different components, we've got this engine block section down here. You have all of the associated plumbing, everything to feed those propellants down to these engines. You also have these two attachment points here, and that's where we actually tank the SLS rocket. So a lot of focus on those in the previous attempts. They've cooperated spectacularly so far today, and we've been able to fully tank this core stage. And a reminder, you have a fuel, about 500,000 gallons right here of liquid hydrogen, and then an oxidizer. You need those two together, and then an ignition source. That's what gives you your reaction, your thrust, your basically controlled explosion that then comes out of those rocket engines. So fully tanked, these are cryogenic fuels, hundreds of degrees below zero, so we've got a spray-on insulation across the entire vehicle. As it's sitting out there in the Florida air, it's a little bit warm tonight, but we need to keep those hundreds of degrees below zero. It takes a lot of energy to do that, so the less you have to use to keep them cold, the better, which is why we have that insulation. So we're going to be seeing SLS take flight for the first time tonight as we clear all of those final issues. Again, this is going to be one heck of a show when this thing launches into the night sky. So with that, send it back over to you, Megan.
If you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center for live launch coverage of Artemis 1. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. It's been great having you these past 2 hours.
It's been so awesome to be here for this historic launch tonight.
So right now, we are awaiting a new T0. The launch team had to work through some issues, and they're doing a great job at working through those issues. So now we're just waiting to see a new T0, since we had been aiming for the top of the launch window, which opened does open at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, today is a big deal. Apollo 17 in 1972 was the last time humans stepped foot on the moon. That the rocket you see right there behind us, illuminated in the darkness there, is the first step back towards getting us to the moon. Now, Artemis 1 is the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems. That's the ground systems here at Kennedy Space Center, the Space Launch System, or SLS rocket, and the Orion spacecraft. We will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft farther beyond the moon than any of the Apollo missions before it, For Artemis 2, Orion will have astronauts on board as it orbits the moon. Then future Artemis missions will land the first woman and first person of color on the surface of the moon. So Kayla, why do we want to go back to the moon?
The moon's a super interesting place to study. It can tell us a lot about the Earth, its own formation, but also more about our solar system. And we also want to return this time in an international partnership for a permanent presence on the lunar surface that'll teach us everything we need to know to travel onto Mars.
And what about for you? I mean, you have the possibility of maybe being selected for those future missions because the Artemis program can choose from any of you guys, any of the NASA astronauts.
It's a crazy time to be a NASA astronaut and even imagine that that could be real. I think we're all just honored to be a part of the team that's doing this. We're just a small representation of all of the amazing human beings around the world that it takes to do something as audacious as returning to the moon, learning what we need to go onto Mars. So we're just all excited to support the program in any way we can. But of course, a ride to the moon would be incredible. So I think we're all just dreaming about those moonwalks.
Now, since Artemis 1 is setting the stage for those future crewed missions, is there anything in particular about this 26-day mission that you will be watching? Is it re-entry?
Yeah, you know, we've mentioned that a few times throughout the broadcast tonight. The re-entry is a really important part of the flight, of course. And the heat shield, we're interested in seeing how it performs in real life. We've tested it on the ground, but Orion's going to be coming in faster and hotter than any human-rated spacecraft in history. And so we really want to see how the heat shield performs and make sure all the systems can keep the crew safe for that dynamic event.
Yeah, we'll all be watching for that too. It's not just about the launch, a 26-day mission, as we said, so we'll be keeping watch over the entire mission. Our workforce now is very different from what it was during the Apollo era. When Apollo 11 launched, there was only one female engineer in the firing room. Today's launch of Artemis 1 is led by NASA's first ever female launch director. Take a look at how she and other women across NASA are shattering glass ceilings.
When I was a little girl, I wanted to be an astronaut,
a scientist,
a doctor, a fighter pilot.
When I was a little girl, I wanted to grow up to be strong and independent.
When we were asked to draw a picture of what we wanted to be when we grew up, I drew an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon. All I thought about was when I was going to get to NASA.
Ну да ладно. И они типа, ну не типа, они астронавты, ученые, доктора и так далее. Это круто.
NASA has so many wonderful women pioneers, so many heroes to me.
Some of the most amazing women in my eyes are people like Katherine Johnson and the other women that you've seen in Hidden Figures.
Ну в этом плане да, на отца гнать не надо, потому что сами понимаете, что у них творится.
Wearing this blue flight suit with all of the other astronauts, representing this iconic image that had so inspired and excited me my entire life.
Being of South Asian heritage, Nachalom was just such a big thing for me growing up.
I've always looked up to Sally Ride and Mae Jemison.
Я напоминаю, ребята, что вы можете поддержать канал. По ссылке в описании есть Donation Alerts. И любой копеечкой вы можете услышать либо этот хеликоптер, либо It's One Small Step for Man, либо еще одну, пока ничего не донатили, больше 1000 именно сейчас. Когда я поменял все эти гифки. Кто больше 1000 задонатит, то вы услышите новый звук, новую гифку, и думаю, вам зайдет. Поймете прикол, скажем так.
A big piece of why it's so important to have women and diverse backgrounds because it allows us to bring everybody along with us on this journey.
It doesn't really matter what you look like. If you've got the brains and you have the knowledge, we need you at the table.
We are at such an exciting time in human spaceflight right now, and Artemis is such a huge part of that.
We haven't been to the moon in many, many years. We have a lot of younger generation folks that have never seen that happen.
We will understand so much more about the moon, about the Earth, about our solar system. We're going to stay. And to me, that's an amazing idea. The moon is going to be the blueprint for how we go to Mars and out into the solar system and maybe beyond. It is incredibly exciting to be part of this Artemis team. It still feels pretty surreal to think that I might one day walk on the moon. To see a woman and a person of color on the surface of the moon, to be able to say that space is for everyone and that we go to space to make life better here on Earth for everyone. I know that tears will be in my eyes.
Как пишут в чате космических всяких людей, она только с Божьей помощью доберется до Луны.
Don't let anyone tell you what you can do or can't do. Only you can realize your dreams.
Space is for everyone. And if me being in this role helps to send that message, I think that's a great thing.
I just actually love that I don't feel like a woman at NASA. I just feel like a person at NASA.
The women of NASA are Artemis, and we make a difference every day.
I am NASA's Spacewalk Office Hardware Manager.
I'm the Program Scientist for Space Biology.
I'm the Director of NASA's Johnson Space Center.
I am Artemis.
I am Artemis.
私は Artemis です。Yo soy Artemis. As som Artemis.
Anna. Je suis.
Ich bin Artemis.
I am Artemis.
Сейчас должен быть где-то Человек-паук. Если вот прям сцену из «Мстителей» повторять. Ну, ладно. Не, ну, что они, ученые, биологи и всякие классные люди. Мне лично до них как Артемиде до Луны пока что. Как SLS до Луны. Путь есть, инструменты есть, желания никакого. Как минимум первой ступени там точно желания никакого лететь.
In our work, not just at NASA, but with our international partners. I think it's so important to our ability to succeed on these really complex missions.
Yeah, I thought that was a very powerful video, and I'm glad that people got that message, young girls in particular. Another person who you saw in that video is Pam Melroy. She's a former astronaut and NASA's deputy administrator. So why don't we head over to Jasmine Hopkins, because Pam is there with her now.
Thank you so much, Megan. Yes, I am honored now to be joined by Pam Melroy, NASA Deputy Administrator. This is just a fantastic night. And we just saw that powerful video with you among so many of the great women here at NASA. What is so important about us now being ready to send, you know, the first woman, the first person of color to the moon?
Yeah, I loved watching that video. Just inspires me. So many of those women are my friends, but also they're just such fantastic engineers and scientists and just so many roles at the agency. I've always thought one of the strongest teams that you could ever find is a family, and families have men and women, and so our teams are stronger, I think, when we have that balance and that diversity. So that was exciting. But for me, I was a part of the Apollo generation, and I was very inspired by, you know, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and Mike Collins on Apollo 11 and all the Apollo astronauts. I just cannot even imagine the inspiration, though, for a little girl. I mean, it never occurred to me that there, I mean, I wanted to be an astronaut, but of course there were no women astronauts then. I think what's going to happen now with the Artemis generation is that that first woman and the first person of color is just going to have a huge impact on the next generation.
Right. We
Я понимаю, о чем речь. Не очень хочу переводить это.
Ну,
не то, что я против чего-то. Просто вы знаете, как Штаты преподносят всю эту информацию. Первая женщина на Луне, первый... Я не знаю, как это перевести, чтобы все нормально было.
You know, unlike in Apollo, where it was actually just a few countries that had the capability to go to space, now those capabilities are
Понимаете,
proliferating
что в
throughout
этих
the
штатах
world.
есть Колумбия?
And so what we do with the rocket is
Понимаете,
really
что
important, and how we go
в этих
is just as
штатах,
important. And how
в
we
программе
go
Артемида
is
столько
as
разных стран.
teams and with our partners
И
and with a sense of the responsibility
просто
that
с
we
космоса за
have as
упрямство
we go
вылетел
out into the
оттуда.
solar system to do it
Это мне
peacefully
было тогда
for
так смешно,
scientific
когда просто из какого-то упрямства,
and
из-за того, что мы
responsibly.
сами можем полететь на
And we have a
Луну.
great sense of teamwork,
Но я до сих пор жду
and
Луну
this is
25.
definitely
Я
not
очень
our
хочу,
first
чтобы
time.
полетела
You know,
Луна
there's a lot of
25.
things
Но
that
где
go
она?
into testing out a
А
first-time
не слышно
vehicle.
ничего.
There's actually dynamic
Об
activity
SLS
going on
хотя бы
right now.
ты
So
знаешь,
how
что
does
ну,
this
сейчас в
first
ангаре,
flight test of
например,
SLS
сейчас она
compare
на
to
стартовой
other
площадке.
first
Тут
times?
ураган,
The
ей
shuttle
пофиг
or
абсолютно.
Saturn V before that.
Well,
Да,
I can do even
там
better
что-то меня
as a test
понесло.
pilot. Right? So there's a
Надо
history
возвращаться в
here.
старого Диму.
In
Это
fact,
донатим на
the
наши
amazing thing
донатики и
about
не
this
обращаем
is
внимания.
so first flight of a first aircraft, you actually taxi it out to the end of the runway and then run down the runway and come back and check all the data. And then you might take off once and go around the pattern and come back and land. This is a little bit like taking off and going to fly a full mission on your very first flight of an aircraft. And so everything has to be right.
Кайфовая
So this
ракета Ever.
compares very, you know,
Не
it's
без
very
косяков.
similar to the experiences that all new
классная.
rocket developments have. Where, you know, it's not just about learning the hardware, that's a
Ой,
big
белый
piece of it,
шаттл.
but it's also about gelling that team together and your
STS-1.
procedures and how you're going to deal with issues that come up, because they will come up. They
Тогда
always
шаттл
come up.
красили в
Exactly, and
белый,
you have
точнее
that
его бак.
experience as a test pilot, but also as a former astronaut. In that video, we saw you
Потом
getting
поняли, что
your
это не надо.
induction into the Astronaut Hall of Fame, which
Просто
is pretty
покрывают
cool.
оранжевым и
So, what
всё.
is your
Оранжевый
perspective?
это,
What
если
advice
что,
do you
тепло.
have for the Artemis astronauts, those ones that are going to maybe
Теплозащита,
set foot on the moon?
которая
Oh,
позволяет
they don't need my advice. I'd
не
love
так
to
сильно
elbow them out of the way
выкипать
and go to the moon.
жидкому водороду.
They are fantastic. I mean,
Когда
I'm
усилен
so proud of
Альтаир, ты
all
серьезно,
of
ты
our
спрашиваешь, когда
astronauts.
полетит усиленная
I was just
версия
talking to
SLS, когда
Jessica
вот
Watkins,
эту мы
who just
ждем
came
уже
back,
4 года.
on crew for,
По-моему, в
this
2017
generation is
должен был
prepared,
быть
ready,
первый
and
пуск по
excited.
планам.
And I think they're
Но и она не
really
была даже
excited that
готова.
we're putting science front and
Хорошо, мы
center
ждем ее
in
2
the
года,
Artemis
если
program
брать
too.
реально
We're
первый
going to
пуск в
learn
2021
so much
году
about the solar
запланированный.
system from the moon and even about the Earth. And so I think the astronauts are really excited about doing that hands-on science.
Но
And
типа, я
they
не
are
знаю,
ready to go.
когда
Right,
будет
I know they're
готова
ready to go, and maybe you are as
улучшенная
well.
вторая
But
ступень.
Artemis 1 is just the beginning. Then we have Artemis 2 and on. We're learning
Cryogenic
so
upper
much.
stage.
What do you think about this just forward movement that we're making right now?
Well, it's really important. This is the Artemis campaign is actually part of a multi-decade effort that we're doing right now, which is really with the goal of creating a blueprint for how we're going to explore with humans and do science throughout the solar system. So we're going to learn through the Artemis campaign on the moon, and then we're going to go demonstrate it on Mars. And then
Если SLS
the next
не летит, ставлю
destination, who
гифку ее
knows where.
полета на
Right. I mean,
Donation.
we're going so much further than we ever have before. Pam Melroy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Go Artemis.
Of course, go Artemis. Megan, back to you.
Thank you both for that interview. Now, teams over at NASA's Johnson Space Center are also monitoring today's launch
Альтаир,
attempt.
ты
So why don't we
прав.
go back over there
То, что
with
эта
Leah?
ракета нужна больше
Tell
воды для
us what's
сохранения
going on over
рабочих
there.
мест. Изначально эта программа для этого и была создана. Ну, не именно программа
Thanks, Megan,
Artemis,
and you're
программа
right. Teams here in Mission
еще
Control
даже
Houston continue
не
to monitor today's events. Again,
не
they will really kick into
Constellation.
action once we have liftoff, and
Джон
they'll remain
Смит,
on
где
console all
сидит
the way
АЦ,
through
мне вообще без
splashdown.
разницы.
But quickly, I have to show you something, a little show and tell. It makes me feel like the coolest kid. In school, I've got a moon rock here.
Это
I hope
лунный
you can get a
камень
good shot of it. It
из
is from
прям с
Apollo
Луны.
15, 1971.
Полонцы привезли
And when
его.
it was brought back to Earth, it was part of a larger rock. In total, it was 21 pounds. This is, of course, a smaller section
Почему
of
нельзя
that.
говорить
But
в
we're looking
нормальных
forward
единицах
to the Artemis
измерения?
program and
Что
being
за
able to go
21
back to
pounds?
the moon so that we can continue to gather these kinds of samples. But this time at the lunar South Pole. We've never been there, and we've never brought samples back from that area. So we're really excited to see what might differ in those samples and the ones that we have here. Now, of course, we've got a whole
9,5
laboratory of scientists that are able to study all of those samples. We just opened some up for the first time
Это
earlier
вместе с этой
this year,
стеклянной
so
штукой,
that we're able
наверное.
to test with new technology everything that we can learn about these samples that we brought back now 50 years ago. So hopefully within the next few years we're bringing some new ones back to use that same experimental process on and tell us a little bit more about the moon. But just had to show this off. Apollo 15 moon rock. We're looking forward to having some Artemis ones here at Johnson Space Center. With that, I will send it back to you at KSC.
You were a cool kid before you even had the moon rock, so. But now you're even a cooler kid. Now, the name Artemis was chosen because in Greek mythology, she's the twin sister of Apollo. NASA's Leah Martin is over at the nearby Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, where thousands have gathered to watch today's launch attempt.
Hi, Megan. I'm actually joined here tonight by a very special group of guests here from Stennis visiting Kennedy Space Center. Why don't you tell me, Ryan, what it is that ties you to tonight's launch?
So we were lucky and privileged enough to be able to test the core stage of the SLS rocket that's going to launch today. We got to green run, which is a full duration hot fire.
Остается 15 минут до начала стартового окна.
It was so exciting to be a part of. It was 7 years of hard work by a lot of really great people.
And Jack,
Смешно, но есть одно исключение.
And Jack, you were actually telling me that you know firsthand, you know, how much work has gone into tonight's launch. What does it feel like to be here tonight, seeing the rocket fully integrated on the pad, ready to go?
Man, I'm just incredibly grateful to be a part of this history.
Пока непонятно, сколько запланирован запуск, но стартовое окно открывается в 9 часов 5 минут по московскому времени, 2 часа оно продлится. Если нам скажут, что запуск не сегодня, значит запуск не сегодня. Но нам в скором времени должны сообщить новое время старта. И, соответственно, скинуть таймер до этого времени.
Sure, persevere. I mean, it's hard work, but it's so well worth it. We spent many hours doing the testing and trying to get ready for this moment, and I think we forward that information to those guys, and we also give them the encouragement to continue on, so we know they can do it.
Thanks so much, Barry, and I think it would be great if just on the count of 3 we can give them a great big go Artemis. 1, 2, 3.
Go Artemis!
Back to you, Megan.
That was amazing. And that's just, you know, people who were actually able to come here to Florida. There's many people who are joining us from around the world who couldn't obviously make the trip out here. So let's take a look at some of those watch parties there. Here's Space Center Houston. It's the visitor center over for Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Сегодня никаких нерешенных проблем с ракетой не было, но до сих пор остаются проблемы с радаром, с коммутатор Ethernet надо менять. И вроде этим пока занимаются, пока нам никакой информации не дают. Хорошо это проходит или нехорошо. До этого была утечка водорода, но команда пришла на стартовую площадку и быстренько закрыла клапан и ушла. Ну да, стабильно, как обычно.
And there's the
как обычно, какой-то трэш.
Where we have a ton of people waving their flags, cheering us on tonight for this incredible launch this evening.
I love that. They totally look like cheerleaders, and they're embracing it. I love it. And yeah, this is the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. This is the visitor center over in Huntsville, Alabama. As I've said before, Marshall Space Flight Center there is super instrumental in what the Artemis program is doing. They contributed a lot to the mission, so it's nice to see everyone there. And then here is Airbus in Bremen, Germany. So Airbus is the main contractor for the European Space Agency, and together the company and ESA, they provided the European Service Module, which is an important part of the Orion spacecraft. So we have quite a bit of people there. A more reasonable time over there in Germany. It is 7 a.m. So I'm going to say Guten Morgen to them. Did I say it right? Guten Morgen to them over there. In Bremen, Germany, again, the Airbus company. All right, so let's get another check on the launch team with our Daryl Nail, who's inside there and has an update for us.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. So we are clearly in a delay now. The NASA test director, who's basically flying the ship for the launch countdown tonight, has said that we are extending the hold that we were currently in at T-minus 10 minutes and counting. And so that puts us off the 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch. We're now slipping indefinitely into the hold. And NASA test director Carlos Monge saying that we are currently estimating how much work needs to be done before resuming the polling that is supposed to take place 15 minutes before launch. It then goes to terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. Now we've got an update on the tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Currently 95% filled. We're in topping on that tank. It is the last of 4 tanks in the space launch system that needed to be completely fueled up before we launch. Of course, cryogenic tanking, a complex operation that has seen some delays
56 зрителей на стриме. Всех рад приветствовать. У нас сегодня запуск ракеты SLS, миссия Артемида 1, запуск космического корабля Орион на облет Луны, плюс 13 маленьких кубсатов. Вот здесь вот где-то спрятана, где вторая ступень. Вот. Миссия, скажем так, возвращение на Луну. Беспилотный пока что, конечно, полет, но...
oversees the range here, make sure that the airspace and the ocean out over the flight path is clear, and also has the responsibility to destruct the rocket should it go off track.
Ну, думаю, если полетит сегодня, то, думаю, где-то примерно через год-два можно ждать орбитальный. Ну, это такие самые радужные, самые розовые взгляды. Ракета у нас достаточно интересная, собрана по технологиям шаттла. Начнем сверху вниз. Сверху у нас находится система аварийного спасения корабля Орион, который имеет клапана для управления вектором наклонения. Под ней есть корабль Орион, он намного больше корабля Аполлон. Там же находится вот обтекатель сервисного модуля и, ну, соответственно, сервисный модуль. Ниже находится вторая ступень. Вторая ступень взята от ракеты Дельта-4 Heavy. А ниже у нас находится первая ступень, оранжевый бак огромный, который оранжевый, потому что это теплозащита. Топливо на всей ракете — это жидкий водород, жидкий кислород, плюс твердое топливо. Вот, но по бокам боковые твердотопливные ускорители 5-сегментные. На шаттлах они были 4-сегментные. Первая ступень летит на двигателях. Двигатели шаттла RS-25, 4 штуки. Что не летит-то, бензина мало. Да не, уже залили все. Пока там радар что-то барахлит, что-то поправить нормально, чтобы полетим. Да, ребят, добро пожаловать, ребят, 65 зрителей на стриме. Всех рад приветствовать. 60 лет назад летали, а сейчас не могут. Ну почему так? Потому что технологии другие. Потому что денег мало. Я просто офигеваю, когда, ну, типа, когда я узнал впервые, какой бюджет был у нас в те годы и какой сейчас, я просто в шоке. Наоборот, сейчас бюджет, ну, наверное, чуть больше, чем тогда был у нас. Раскрутить стартер. Реально стоит чел, который возле 4 человека возле двигателя, просто дергают, пытаются их раскрутить. Война, ребята, в описании есть ссылка на Donation Alerts, можете поддержать проект копеечкой любой. Помогайте тем самым проекту. Сейчас это все идет на улучшение оборудования, компьютера, вот. И просто на оборудование для съемок. Вы говорите, что меня почти не слышно. Я говорю практически в микрофон. Вот так, нормально? Я думаю, так нормально.
Like volcanic landscapes or places that are analogous to the lunar surface to train them on the scale and fidelity of science that you just can't recreate.
Вот так сделать. Да, не за что. Все ради вас. Итак, я напоминаю, что в описании ссылка на Donation Alerts, сможете поддержать проект. А сегодня, кстати, после стрима выходит Starliner. Я думал выпустить раньше, но решил не сбивать время внимания со стрима. Дать время и тому, и тому. Особенно если стрим будет у нас удачный, то есть ракету запустят и все остальное, то это вдвойне круто. А если вы хотите услышать классные донатики, то донатьте разные суммы и увидите классные донатики. От 1 до 499 рублей одна гифка, один звук, от 500 до 999 другая, и от 1000 и выше третья. От 1000 выше пока мало кто видел. Точнее, никто не видел новую гифку.
This is a place that we've never been before. There's so much to be learned from getting boots on the ground and exploring a unique place that challenges us as humans and also helps us develop technologies that make our everyday life that much better.
Так, у нас пока не завершена работа. 4 минуты не взлетит она в это самое, в 9:05, 9:04. Она пока что нового времени старта у нас нет. А время у нас как и было, минус 10 минут, так оно пока остается минус 10 минут холд. Ну если про открытие окна, то да. Но мы пока ждем хоть какое-то время старта.
We just heard there how curiosity is just a part of us. So, with that in mind, why don't we do some social questions? Because some people are very curious to hear what you have to say about their questions. So why don't we pull up the first question
Команда пока
here.
оценивает, сколько им надо сделать работы и сколько это займет времени.
What are your thoughts on the responsibilities that come with going to space? Obviously a question for you. I am not going to space.
Yeah, the opportunity to travel to space comes with a lot of responsibility. I think for all of us it's a huge honor to be a part of these teams, and the work we're doing is so critical in supporting scientific discovery on the ground. So on the International Space Station, we're a national laboratory. Our crew executed over 350 different scientific experiments during our 6-month mission. And so when you think about that, it's years of work to get one of these payloads or an experiment on the
Всем привет,
space
ребята,
station.
71 человек на стриме.
And sometimes that's someone's
Добро
life
пожаловать
work
на
you're
запуск
holding in your
ракеты
hands and
SLS.
executing. And so being prepared for those moments is really important, and understanding how to bring the team from the ground into solving complex problems.
Легендарный
we take that
запуск.
really seriously, and of course we want to share what that experience is like. Only a few people have been able to go to space, and as we commercialize space, as low Earth orbit becomes more accessible, that'll change, but still it's only available to some of us, so we really want to share what that's like and the perspective we gain from our time up there.
It's really great to see and hear that you guys acknowledge that, right? Like that this experiment that you're
Нет,
holding,
это часть
that
миссии
you're
на Луну.
working on for 6 months, somebody has been working on literally for years. I mean, I've talked to some scientists and they're saying, oh, this has been my life's work, 20 years of my life's work. So yeah, that was a really good question. I like that question a lot.
Запуск ракеты стоит примерно $2 миллиарда, а вот на нее потратили порядка 20. Таймер остановился, это не перенос, это пока что холд, просто пока остановка небольшая. Ну, по факту перенос на некоторое время, но не на следующий день пока что. Пока команда оценивает работу, которую нужно проделать над ракетой сейчас, и если это время как бы больше запланированного, то, естественно, запуск будет перенесен на другой день, но пока что никаких скрабов, ничего.
Yeah, that would be in the history books. That'll be something you're remembered for. Oh my gosh, I'd be so anxious delivering it even after I've thought of what I want to say, like to actually open my mouth and say it from the surface of the moon. Wow. Yeah.
Ну, Аполлон-1 стоит не 355 миллиардов. Поменьше сам запуск. 355 миллиардов стоила, скорее всего, вся подготовка миссии.
It's a continuation of the same suit that we used during the shuttle era, and I was kind of hypothesizing that maybe it's to help forces if for some reason when we landed in the water we had to get out of the capsule for some reason it would be easy
ну
to
в этом
see
смысле
us.
да, они будут.
But that I'm gonna have to take a
Это
phone a
такой,
friend
знаете,
on that
шажок
one, I think, to know the
к
real answer. I'm sure somebody
миссиям на Марс
will be commenting
пилотируемым,
on
но это
social
прям
media
шажок.
right now with what the real history
Это
behind the
даже
Luna
не
series.
шажок, это замахнуть ногу только.
Does it have anything
Даже
to
не
do
сделать
with
шаг.
SLS being orange because
Oh
of the
yeah,
foam
match your
insulation?
vehicle.
Yeah,
Why not?
maybe it's
I don't
that.
know.
I don't know. We got stumped. That was our first one that we got stumped on. Do we have another question? All right. If you could name one of the moon's craters, what would you name it?
Oh man. What would you name it, Megan? I don't know. That's a big decision.
I thought you might say the name of your zero-G graph.
Oh, FOW? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's a pretty big responsibility, I think, to name these geological features. And a lot of the craters on the moon already have names. So I'm sure there's some that maybe they haven't named.
Ну, тоже уверен, потом с Марсом будет очень много проблем. Ждем Старшип.
We're going to be exploring the edge of Shackleton crater as part of Artemis mission. So a lot of them are already named and mapped.
Yeah. Thanks for throwing
Кирилл, согласен с тобой по поводу того, что это как бы новая гонка, больше уже наконец-то в научном цвете, чем политическом, но
I don't think so. I think
Надеюсь, все-таки Луна 25 догонится.
All right.
These are big decisions.
This is all right. Last question here for this segment, at least. What will Orion do
82
when it
зрителя
gets to the
на
moon?
стриме, ура! Набираем.
So for this mission, Artemis 1, it's actually
Спасибо, ребят, за
going
присутствие.
to orbit the moon and then go into a
Смотрим
distant
запуск
retrograde
SLS. Я
orbit.
думаю, все знают,
So
для
it'll
чего мы
get
здесь
really
собрались.
close as 62 miles, and then go way past the moon, and way deeper into space than we've ever been before. So yeah, the Orion vehicle will be checking out all of its systems. We're going to be analyzing that
Андрей,
data from
спасибо
the
за
ground,
подписку.
and then we're going to see that it can survive re-entry and a successful splashdown off the coast of San Diego.
Тебе 27, и ты надеешься, что при твоей жизни стоит на Марсе. Я надеюсь, что все будет хорошо. Через какое время запуск? Пока не сказано. Мы пока ждем нового времени запуска. У нас стартовое окно уже началось, и оно продлится 2 часа.
You've been hearing throughout the broadcast all the different science that returning to the moon will enable us to do. So there's actually something called the Prime 1 mining experiment, and that's going to robotically look for ice and other resources below the lunar surface.
NASA's first polar resources ice mining
Мы ждем пока новое время
also known as
запуска
Prime
от НАСА.
will robotically look for ice and other resources below the
Лунный
lunar
Старшип
surface.
странно на рендерах выглядит. Такое ощущение, что одна ямка называется на
Thanks
Луну.
to data from
Но это рендеры.
spacecraft orbiting
Думаю,
the
там
moon,
в реальности будет
scientists
все немножко
believe that the
по-другому.
polar regions contain water ice in the form of ice just below the surface. With the right technologies, that ice is a game-changing resource that can be mined and used to produce propellant and breathable oxygen for future explorers. Under NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, the agency selected intuitive machines to fly and land Prime 1 on the moon's south pole. Prime 1 will land near the Shackleton crater to drill into the lunar soil in an area that could contain water ice. Prime 1 is made up of 2 instruments, Trident, the regolith and ice drill for exploring new terrain, and M-SOLO, the mass spectrometer observing lunar operations. Trident will drill up to 3 feet into the lunar surface, extract lunar soil, and bring it up to the surface. Trident drills to its maximum depth in multiple phases, stopping at different increments. As it reaches each desired depth, it will pause and retract the drill string to deposit lunar soil on the surface for analysis. This is where M-SOLO comes in. M-SOLO is a commercial off-the-shelf mass spectrometer modified for spaceflight.
Так, ребята, Руслан и Стоун, спасибо за подписку. Под стрим у нас у меня видео Шевцова, иронично. Если бы все деньги тратили на космос, а не на войны, то мы бы уже давно были далеко за Солнечной системой и поясом Куайпера. Ну, с другой стороны, войны некоторые привели к огромному развитию космоса. Например, опять же, с чего появились ракеты. Легендарная Фау-2. Легион очень интересно настроен против ракеты. Пуск запланирован, пока непонятно насколько. НАСА скоро скажет нам новое время запуска. Пока что устраняют некоторые проблемы и думают, сколько времени на это понадобится. Я мониторю Твиттер и скажу вам об этом, как только сам узнаю. Эта миссия напоминает одну миссию Дельта Хэви. Дельта 4 Хэви ее хотели запустить еще в августе, но она полетела только в декабре, потому что в августе был перенос из-за...
So we are still awaiting a new T0 for today's launch attempt,
был,
but
насколько я
for
помню,
more
тест,
on
именно
what to
не тест, а
expect when we launch,
холл двигателя, они
for
зажглись,
this
но сразу
first day,
выключились.
let's go to NASA's Dan Hewitt. He's inside our
Перевести
Apollo
можешь,
Saturn
потому что сейчас
V
рассказывать,
Center
я
at
примерно
the
понимаю,
Visitor
про что,
Complex.
но, может, подробнее ты сможешь. Я немножко это, возможно, прослушал, но рассказывали в основном про научную ценность в полетах на Луну.
But that launch is just the first step in the Artemis 1 mission. So let's look at what's ahead for this historic first flight. As we just said, launch is step number one. Those 4 RS-25 engines throttle up, followed shortly after by the 2 solid rocket boosters igniting, sending SLS and Orion skyward. Now on our way uphill, we'll have a number of jettison events. You'll be able to see things coming off of the SLS rocket. One of the most visual ones will be these 2 solid rocket boosters.
Это определение двух топливных ускорителей. Также во время этого у нас будет отделение хвостового обтекателя сервисного модуля и системы аварийного спасения Ориона. Поскольку окно началось примерно в 9:05 и продлится 2 часа по московскому времени, соответственно.
The abort and the attitude ones are not for this flight. We don't have people, so we're not flying a fully active abort system. We also have 3 fairings that are there to protect Orion, the service module and the crew module, as we're flying up through the really dense parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Следующий этап — это отделение первой ступени. Мико — это main engine cut-off, это выключение главного двигателя ступени, ну в данном случае 4. И у нас будет отделение Ориона со второй ступенью. Вторая ступень взята с ракеты Delta 4 Heavy, если вы можете наблюдать, если вы можете заметить это. И будет включение двигателя, только здесь не нарисовано, что двигатель у него сопло выдвижного типа. Это ладно, это огрехи анимации.
We're going to raise up the perigee, and that's going to actually put us in a nice circular path around the planet. And while we're there, that gives us time to check out Orion.
Потом, после выключения двигателя, у нас откроются солнечные панели Ориона, и мы будем ждать отделения Ориона. Отделение Ориона должно произойти по плану через 2 часа после запуска. В 1156 году война SpaceX против Blue Origin садится на одну платформу 2 ступени и начинает. А ты какой раз летал? Да, трейлер КСП-2, считайте, смотрим. 85 людей на стриме. Ё-моё, что это такое популярно? Да, у нас будет второе включение двигателя второй ступени для выхода на типа Trans-Lunar Ejection — это направление в сторону Луны, когда все еще корабль может вернуться на Землю. Это Гога накрутил. Спасибо, Гога. Когда там они уже? Ну, скоро нам скажут все. Ждем инфу.
Around the moon and slingshot out into what's known as a heliocentric orbit. So it's going to completely leave the Earth-Moon system and go into orbit around our sun. But after it separates, propulsion duties get handed over to this, the European Service Module, and it's got a couple of different engines that it's going to be using, and we're going to be testing those out just on day 1. We're going to do what's called the Outbound Trajectory Correction Burn 1. And we'll do a couple of these trajectory corrections as we're flying out to the moon, but that first one is that first critical test of this large engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. That's the one that has the most thrust, generating about 6,000 pounds of force in a vacuum, and that's what's going to be doing a lot of our maneuvers, or giving us that pushing power as we do these maneuvers around the moon to enter into what's known as Distant Retrograde Orbit, or DRO. And that's this dotted line that you see around here. Now we call it distant, basically because of the distance we're away from the moon. We're about 40,000 miles, a little bit
да, ну типа взять тот же Амур, который пока что на бумаге только. Да, он метановый, да, он многоразовый, но он уступает всему тому, что уже создается.
Now to do that, we're going to get in close, we're going to dip in.
Вон, включение двигателя для остановки на орбите Луны.
The major thrust coming from that orbital maneuvering system engine. After we do that, we'll do a final maneuver to actually go into that distant retrograde orbit, that DRO.
Корабль Орион, кстати, доберется дальше всех людей, которые были... Ну, то есть, когда уже будет пилотируемый полет, это будут люди, которые побывают дальше всех. Пока что самыми дальними является миссия Аполлон-13, 400 с чем-то тысяч километров.
You know there's only so much testing you can do on the ground. Once you actually put all of that hardware in space, in the environment that it's going to be operating,
время запуска оценивается как 1:45 по местному времени, то есть через 30 минут. Будем думать.
Everything on a spacecraft needs to get put through its paces in this environment before we put people on board, and that's why we're heading out to DRO. Eventually, though, it's
SLS и Starship вроде оба сверхтяжелые. Так почему SLS достаточно 4 жидкостных и 2 твердотопливных двигателя, а Starship нужно 30 с лишним? Ну, во-первых, потому что двигатели сами по себе разные. У SLS более эффективное топливо. И представляете, насколько мощные твердотопливные двигатели? Пилотируемый НАСА в 2024 году, вроде у нас когда. Говорили что-то про 30-й, но вы сами понимаете эти цифры. Вот у нас, кстати, этап уже, когда будет возвращаться Орион, отделение, реэнтри будет.
That burns up in the Earth's atmosphere and reveals on the crew module the heat shield. I circled it earlier. This is goal number 1 of the Artemis mission. Artemis 1 mission is testing this heat shield at lunar return velocities, because when we make that trip around the moon and we come back, we are going in speeds of excess of 20,000 miles an hour. So when we slam into the Earth's atmosphere, it's going to heat that thing up.
Ну да, в этом плане, если НАСА сравнивать с Роскосмосом, то НАСА молодцы, у них хотя бы ракета готовая стоит. Когда примерно запуск? Ну, пока что вроде говорят что-то в 9:35. О, в 9:45. Но пока что НАСА об этом не сказали. Это инсайды. And that we're still going to get the heat, but that helps to reduce some of the G loads on the crew. Like a donation.
Once you're through that, you get to parachute deploy. There's 11 parachutes in total that are going to
Запуск.
slow Orion down.
Пока что я видел цифру в 45 минут, то есть меньше, чем через 30 минут. Ну, будем думать, правда это или неправда. These big orange balloons, that's an uprighting system, so почему таймера нет? Потому что НАСА об этом официально пока еще не заявили.
Those can inflate, and they put us back upright into what's known as stable 1. That's where you want your spacecraft to be, nice and upright in the water, especially if you're an astronaut in there floating. Now, we also have a large U.S. Navy ship with a big bay that's going to basically
Но российской космонавтике есть шанс пока что только в сотрудничестве. Ну, пока что на драконах начинают летать. Ну да, у нас есть 2 часа, ну уже меньше 2 часов. Ну, Энг правильно сказал, то, что бюджет у НАСА и Роскосмоса не сопоставим. У нас есть 2-часовое стартовое окно, оно уже, конечно, меньше, чем 2 часа, но не суть. Ставь скорость видео 1.25 и увидишь интересный феномен, что в стримах можно скорость ставить.
A very comprehensive look at that. Thank you so much, Dan. If you're just joining us, welcome to Kennedy Space Center and our live coverage of Artemis 1, an uncrewed flight test.
С каких пор в стримах можно ставить скорость?
You know, some might ask, why the moon? Well, here's why.
We are going.
Мы погнали.
The history of this agency is marked with broken barriers, once viewed as impossible, with science fiction turned reality, with innovations that have spun industries all their own.
Во времена кротовой норы это мне больше нравится, чем просто сокращение задержки.
For all humankind.
We soar in the skies of our home planet.
Ну, толком 9 перенесут, пока что непонятно. У нас есть 2-часовое стартовое окно. Why the moon? Почему Луна, реально? Луна близко. Все пишут про 9:45 по московскому времени. Тим Файру из будущего. SLS снова перенесут. Все, расходимся, ребят. Через сколько примерно должен быть запуск? Ребята, запуск запланирован примерно на 45 минут, но это инсайдерская информация. НАСА пока официально об этом не сказали. Инсайдерская информация, которую знают все. Класс. Вот. Я вам напоминаю, что в описании есть ссылка на Donation Alerts, вы можете помочь проекту развиться. Сейчас обновляем компьютер, чтобы побыстрее все монтировать, чтобы все работало, потому что, ну, как минимум, нужно оперативу докупить 8 гигов, потому что ужасный предпросмотр в премьере After Effects. Такое себе. 94 зрителя на трансляции. Уху! Давайте добьем до соточки. 98. Что я думаю о SR Space? Надеюсь, что у них все получится. Вот что я думаю. Можно даже лайк поставить. Ой, спасибо, спасибо. Как будто Роскосмос запускает, а не НАСА. На стриме Союза бы столько народу сидело. Реально, ребят, на всех стримах так сидеть. Не, у нас всегда стримы такие с кучей инфы, как и у Роскосмоса. Это же агентство, это же госкорпорации. Им нужно толкнуть больше рекламы, а не технической инфы. Грейв, хороший комментарий про города на Европе. Я сначала подумал, в смысле, в Европе нет городов. 100 людей, ура! Всем привет, доброе утречко. Здравствуйте, ребята. Через сколько объявят перенос? Не знаю, но пока запуск запланирован вроде на 45 минут.
or easy.
100 людей, это круто. О, Perseverance. Кто-нибудь хочет увидеть услышать легендарную фразу Нила Армстронга? То донатим донатный донатик. От 500 рублей до 999. Это же только второй выпуск Ориона, первый был в 2014 году. Формально вообще третий, но там был массогабаритный макет. Да, это второй выпуск корабля. Первый был на Дельта 4 Heavy, но до этого еще запускали RS-1 с макетом Ориона. Но там такой, знаете, просто массогабаритный. Так, я вижу цифру 102 зрителей. Мне это нравится. Ребят, подписывайтесь, пожалуйста, на телеграм-канал, там выходят самые свежие новости, ссылочка на телегу в описании. Все, там все бесплатно. Ну, логично, в принципе. Там пока 23 подписчика. 98 людей на стриме, я вижу. Жду 50 подписчиков в телеге. Там выходят всегда фоточки, какие-то инсайдики и все остальное. Не удивление, это единственный канал на ютубе, который транслирует запуск на русском, хотя и у нас только 400 тысяч. Есть такое, да.
Oh yeah, I literally grew up with NASA. My father went to work with the NACA before NASA. Went to work for Dr. Von Braun. Followed him over to Marshall Space Flight Center.
Он рассказывает про своего отца, который тоже работал, как я понял, в НАСА. Или это было как-то связано с НАСА. Работал над Сатурном 1, Сатурном 5. Он водил его смотреть на запуск Apollo 11. И ему очень понравилось. Вот он сейчас смотрит запуск SLS. Вчера нас на Земле стало 8 миллиардов. Да, спасибо Рейни, я забыл об этом сказать. Вчера я просто офигел, такого, вот это событие. Он говорит, что последний запуск, когда астронавт полетел, это их друг их семьи, поэтому классно. Space Room должны транслировать, да, должны.
Incredible. So you have NASA actually in your DNA. Grew up with
НАСА
the
прямой
program.
трансляция переноса пуска РН СЛС с кораблем Орион к Луне в рамках миссии Артемиза примерно 16.01.23 10 это шутка.
They get off work and fly, and they were in Life magazine together, National Geographic. So it was fun. I literally got to knew Al Shepard, all the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo guys, and it was an honor. I would have loved to have been an astronaut, but I went a different route, and but I can still come here and see them.
We can, and we're so grateful, so thrilled to see you here tonight, and so excited that you will be able to actually compare the last launch and the sound of the last one with the one tonight. It's absolutely going to rock the sky.
Контент, который не монетизируется на YouTube, как я понял.
Well, thanks so much for joining us tonight. It's been an honor to meet you, and Megan, we're going back to you.
То есть на этом видео вы не увидите, по сути не увидите рекламу, потому что она не монетизируется YouTube. Ну, реклама от Гугла. Я могу еще что угодно прорекламировать, так мне ни за что не платили.
And again, just seeing children and young and old, just all these people who feel captivated
SLS
and
полетит,
are
ну,
excited
по
about
идее, должна
our
у нас есть
next
меньше
giant
20
leap
минут
into
до
space. So
предполагаемого
glad to have them here.
запуска.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
35 минут узнаем, если таймер минус 10 включится, и то все хорошо. Если мы сегодня увидим запуск СЛС, боже, такой кайф будет. О, нашел русскоязычную трансляцию. Да, здравствуйте, ребята. Добро пожаловать на канал Линия Кармана, подписывайтесь, ждите контента. Кстати, кто подписывается, ребят, ну сегодня же выйдет ролик про Старлайнер. Большой, 30-минутный. Все кайфово будет. Так, как я понял, нам тут сказали время старта. В США вечер, в США ночь.
Provided the European service module for the Orion spacecraft. So really, we should be applauding them. They shouldn't be applauding. Thank you so much, guys, for your contribution to the program, and can't wait to see Orion and SLS launch. Okay, so now let's head back over to Daryl Nail over with the launch team, so we can hear any updates about a new T0.
Какое следующее видео? Сейчас у нас будет Старлайнер после вот этого стрима. Что за двухчасовое окно? Ну, когда ракеты запускают, высчитывают специальное стартовое окно, чтобы удобно было и ракету запустить, и чтобы минимальные потери топлива и всего остального. Вот. У СЛС это двухчасовое стартовое окно, то есть после этого будет и инфраструктура. Короче, что-то будет плохо, в общем-то. Надо про это уточнить и все, сделать ролик. Вот. Так, ребят, секунду.
And the lower stage. You're looking now live inside firing room 1, where launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson is overseeing her launch team. We've had a number of delays that have put us off the T0, but we are starting to track to a T0 close to around a quarter till, top of the hour.
Так, ребята, снова здесь. Отвечаю на все остальные вопросы. На какое время перенесли старт? Пока что вроде в 45 минут. Их время это минус 8 от МСК, да. Вроде бы тот же Space Shuttle, только с банкой сверху. Так, что я еще не ответил. Говорят, что хотят возобновить обратный отсчет. Ну да, есть такие приколы у них. Позвонил СЛС, нормально, адекватная ракета, никаких запусков там не было. И не будет. Запуска не будет, нас обманули, это просто копия. Сейчас мы узнаем новый T0. Мы его уже знаем.
The upper stage of the rocket, which was the last to get ready and configured. Just recently, the team cycled the liquid hydrogen valves, which is required.
Очень сильно парит.
And they are currently working on the LO2 valves.
Ты
Liquid
сейчас прямо
oxygen
на
valves
мысе.
on the upper
Но
stage.
если это так, то
That
тебе
work
очень
is
повезло.
almost done.
О, новенький какой-то вид. Народу немерено. Но оно и логично. Такой запуск.
We are now a minute and a half away from
Ребята, я напоминаю, поддерживаем
the pole
канал
of the mission management team,
подписочками. У вас тут очень много.
which is several
Не
minutes
знаю, сколько людей из
before
вас подписано, не подписано.
T-minus 15
Да,
minutes.
отвечаю. Следующее видео про после Старлайнера. Это видео про Артемиду. Да.
When that pole starts,
9:45.
we'll get a clearer picture of
Сейчас я
our T0.
заново расскажу про ракету, ребят. Секундочку. Я жду, когда таймер точно поставит. Я думаю, в минус эти 10 нам поставят. T-minus 10 минут, короче. Объединение русского и английского, господи. Так, про ракету, как только ее нам во весь рост, скажем так, покажут, я буду рассказывать про нее. Еще не раз это произойдет. Ну, чисто теоретически. Вот. Вот вам, вот такой стрим будет у Индии, когда они будут запускать, они вот так покажут. Такие, ну, смотрите сюда. Waiting new T0. Так, смотрим. Сейчас будет новый T0. Ну, я думаю, да, вот это 45 минут.
I'm sorry, Jeff Spalding. Jeff Spalding's on. They swapped out. There are currently no constraints to launch.
Такс. Ждем новый T0.
Again, no constraints to launch. And they're getting ready to pick up with a poll to determine readiness for launch.
Сейчас Алексей Чесноков нам сейчас скажет, когда у нас запуск. Должен быть 45 минут, по идее. Но сейчас НАСА точно скажет T0 на стриме. Отмены точно уже не будет. Я думаю. Нас сообщило, что нет ограничений для запуска.
Okay, NASA test director Jeff Spalding.
Я вам все стараюсь переводить не дословно, а просто объяснять информацию, которую говорят. Что за факел? Это стравливание водорода из ракеты. Я думаю, сейчас 35 минут, нам просто таймер минус 10 включит. Так. Нам подтверждают сейчас системы.
I copy all entity. At this time, I will proceed with my poll.
Такс.
And attention on 232. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS Program Chief Engineer.
EGS Program Chief Engineer verifies that the EGS, SLS, and Orion Program Chief Engineers have no constraints and are go for launch.
Такс нам пока что подтверждает, что все go for launch, все готово для запуска. TDS, вот это все, это позывные ребят и какие-то, ну, типа, люди отвечают за какие-то системы. То есть это по системам все сейчас рассказывается. Ребят, всем привет, сейчас расскажу немножко побольше про ракету, как только нам подтвердят. Нет, проблем как раз таки нет. Проблемы были, но вроде их устранили. Если сейчас 35 минут нам включает таймер в 10 минут, то все кайфово. Но такой напряжный момент.
I copy all, thank you. And entity, Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
Нам дают продолжить отсчет времени. Итак, ждем, когда он выведет таймер.
CVSC here. Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time. In work. RNTD. RSR here. Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA arm and rotation enable is complete.
And I copy. Thank you.
У нас, кстати, закончилась заправка верхней ступени водородом, кислородом. Сейчас, ребят, терпите немножко. Тут осталось совсем чуть-чуть. New T0 time. Так. Смотрим. А когда отчет до появления отчета? Хороший комментарий. Ну, типа я вот вижу вот здесь, это T0, не здесь стоит, но...
GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
Okay. T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We are T-minus 10 minutes away from liftoff of Artemis 1.
Чё?
As you can see, the clock is now moving. Let's put that up.
Фух, они не тот таймер поставили. 10 минут до запуска, ребята. Я вот когда минус 36 увидел, такой, что? Ура! Осталось 9 минут 30 секунд до запуска самой долгожданной ракеты в истории. Долгожданнее, наверное, чем запуск Orion 5. Старше будет получше, конечно, но не важно. Теперь это все внимание. Нам крупняком показывают сразу. Вот у нас тут находится корабль Orion. То, ради чего мы здесь сегодня собрались. Корабль больше Аполлона, по-моему, 5,4 метра в диаметре. И под ним находится... А почему из Кеннеди запускают, а не на Канаверал? Ха-ха-ха. Потому что это одно и то же. Вот, там сидит пара манекенов, которые будут... Ну, типа там куча датчиков, и они будут принимать информацию о радиации. 8:45 остались. Все отлично. Выше у нас здесь система аварийного спасения. Это обычная мачта, но она имеет свои инновации, то есть это твердотопливные двигатели, которые увозят отводят Орион, если вдруг с ракетой что-то пойдет не так. И они могут изменять вектор тяги, то есть наклоняться и все остальное. Там стоят специальные клапана, чтобы переводить газ просто в одну или другую сторону. А ниже, вот здесь под логотипом НАСА и Европейского космического агентства, которое находится чуть ниже, это створки обтекаемого обтекателя. Под ним находится сервисный модуль с солнечными панелями, с водой, с топливом, со всем внутри. Там все, там просто все. 8 минут до запуска. Ниже находится вторая ступень, которая взята напрямую из Delta 4 Heavy, и на второй ступени установлено 13 кубсатов для изучения Луны. То есть тоже полезная нагрузка, какая-никакая, но есть. Да, полет у нас с возвратом. Программа облета Луны с возвратом на Землю. Вот у нас верхняя часть второй ступени видна, остальное прячется за вот этим большим оранжевым кожухом. А ниже его находится первая оранжевая ступень огромная, где миллионы, ну не миллионы, сотни тысяч тонн жидкого кислорода и жидкого водорода. На второй ступени то же самое топливо. Ну и два твердотопливных боковых ускорителя двигателя, напрямую взяты от шаттла. S-25. Сколько будет по времени? Через 7 минут запуск. Итак. 7 минут. Отлично. Объясняю по поводу... Если на Луну упадет, это невозможно.
So the
А,
ignition
блядь, как
overpressure
долго
and sound
будет?
suppression system will flood the mobile launcher with water. You'll see that
По-моему,
sequence start at
26-42
T-minus
дня,
17
примерно
seconds.
так. Ну, там зависит от всех операций и того, как они будут действовать.
Now coming up in less than 30 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will start bringing the high energy systems online.
Ждем стрим до полета
Starting
на
with
Луну.
core stage pressurization.
А, привет, Колес Глок. Да, все, ребят, это стрим на 26, на дофига дней вперед. Кислород, водород лучше, чем кислород, метан. Кислород, водород это самое эффективное. Громче шипеть стало, точно отменят. Реально. Почему стравливают водород именно горением? Потому что, чтобы он не смешивался с кислородом, не превращался в гремучую смесь, не взрывал ничего. А так, выгодно его просто спалить. Неужели дождались, реально, ребят? Напоминаю, можете 141 человек на стриме, ё-моё. Поддерживайте канал, ставьте лайки, подписывайтесь. Почему нельзя использовать атомные движки в вакууме? Почему? Можно. Просто... Не забывайте о волдах, реально. Можно, просто еще надо разработать нормальные атомные движки. Почему первая ступень именно оранжевая? Оранжевая — это напыление теплозащиты, которое позволяет не так сильно испаряться внутри водорода и кислорода. Они потому что, ну, вы сами понимаете, жидкий водород, жидкий кислород — это очень криогенное топливо. 130, отлично, ребят, 130 зрителей. РК. 5 минут до запуска. Да, ну неужели? У Ярослава минуту в минуту с запуском стиралка закончится стирать, кайф. Огромный взрыв будет, если она бабахнет? Наверное. Почему именно оранжевый цвет? Я уже ответил, потому что это специальное напыление для теплозащиты. Как и Дельта 4 оранжевая, также оранжевым был бак шаттла.
Up next, GLS fires up the KPUs. Those are high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25s. Stands for Core Stage Auxiliary Power Unit Start.
Почему не линия Карпмана? Потому что не Южный парк. Всем классно смотрите? Вау, классно. Ну, всем привет, ребята. О, классно. 3 минуты. Так, мы в прямом эфире, все отлично, все шикарно. Вот, кстати, Луна виднеется. Бабахнемся или нет? Ну, надеюсь, тут никаких проблем не будет.
And in just a few seconds, GLS will close the core stage LOX vent, liquid oxygen. The white vapor cloud causing the super cold
Запуск происходит с космодрома космического центра Кеннеди, который находится во Флориде на мысе Канаверал, с площадки LC-39B. Вот 4 двигателя видны. РС-25 и 2 твердотопливных ускорителя. Да, 3 минуты, большой рывок для человечества. Ребята, это что-то с чем-то. Белый дым или пар, что это? Это стравливание жидкого кислорода. Опять же, жидкие компоненты топлива могут разрывать баки, поэтому их нужно стравливать постоянно. О, все, они двигаются. Владислав, спасибо, не надо. Не надо напоминать, что он должен был лететь в 2017. Бабахнет? Да не должно. Оно живое. Если радиация сгорания двигателя при запуске, нет. 2 минуты, хотел сказать, 2 часа. Так, ребята, это что-то.
At T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Минута и 40 секунд. Ну, прикиньте, если она бабахнет. Смешно, ха-ха.
Rocket's core stage, which houses the 3 flight computers, is now on battery power. So there is no more hold time available because there's no more margin on the batteries. So if we have a hold, we'd have to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes and recharge those.
Я не знаю, откуда стереотипы радиоактивности ракетного топлива. Мне кажется, люди, которые не знают про радиацию, для них все радиоактивно.
A note now, shortly after liftoff.
Так, минута. Одна минута. Так, центр управления полетами в Хьюстоне наготове. 50 секунд до запуска. Новая Зеландия с нами. Классно, ребята. Напоминаю, сейчас идеальный момент, чтобы, если вы хотите поддержать контент, поддержать канал, задонатить любые суммы, все что угодно. Франция с нами. Вау, ребята, весь мир собрали ради этого запуска. Полминуты до запуска, даже меньше. Все, я делаю максимально громко. Да блин, сделай все. Отлично. А видео с ракеты будет? Не знаю, так, у нас зажигание двигателей.
7, 6, 5, 4 stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour.
Я не знаю, у меня слов нет, оно живое. Ура! SLS летит, конечно, ночной запуск. Ну, ничего, надеемся, Артемида 2 будет утренний. Но это что-то просто с чем-то. Вот это, конечно, мощь. Твердотопливные работы. Так, Rocket Cam. Хочу Rocket Cam. Твердотопливные ускорители работают. Да, я буду стримить до отделения корабля Орион. Опять же, если НАСА до этого момента будет стримить. Ребят, я так рот на старшипах не открывал, как сейчас, офигел. Я просто не знаю, как сдерживать слова в этом моменте. Это просто, это СЛС, оно летит, оно живое, это что-то с чем-то. Донат на, не знаю, на детское шампанское. Мы радуемся новому шагу вперед. Ой, блин, как расходится красиво пламя. Запуск проходит с космического центра Кеннеди во Флориде. Так, ждем отделения боковых ускорителей. Примерно скоро будет. Вот, отделились. Рокеткамы, НАСА, ну серьезно. Границы верхней части атмосферы как таковой нет, но условная граница космоса 100 километров. Вот, бустеры отлетели. НАСА, где рокеткамы? Я не понял. Алло, вас SpaceX ничему не... Реально на аутсорсинг давать SpaceX. Опа, так, таймлайн я передвину вот эту штучку, пожалуй, сюда. Блин, вот так, так, мы видим ракету, но, блин, включите рокеткамы. Да, скоро у нас будет отделение.
Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service
видео будет с кабины, не знаю, ну Должно быть, наверное. О! Так, стоп. Непонятно, что это. А, ну да, как обычно. Так, у нас отделились эти. У нас отделились эти створки и Launch Abort System. Что за писк? Ой, видео Луна и Ориончик летит.
We just heard the call for 3-engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange.
Так, там что-то было про 3 двигателя, мне это немножко не понравилось, давайте узнаем. Но, надеюсь, все нормально. Но по анимации все окей идет. Блин, голубое пламя, как будто... Не знаю, как будто что-то с чем-то. Да, блин, куда передвинуть нормально плашку?
We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this
Трансляция
flight,
реально говно.
except to perform this
Это
separation.
чисто Роскосмос момент. Нас ты не у того подсматриваешь. Ну блин, ребята, оно живое! Офигеть!
Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight.
Видео про SLS готовится, будет на этой неделе.
5 minutes, 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10
Через 3
seconds
минуты
later, we'll see core stage
выключение
separation,
двигателей.
at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free.
С людьми куда? Видео про Starliner будет сегодня, а про это видео будет на этой неделе. Все. Так, блин, даже непривычно смотреть на эту ракету в анимации такой. Где Медуза? Так, это анимация. И Медуза по факту не должна быть у них время еще. Хотя нет, подожди, минус 8 часов нет, должна быть. Ладно, подпишусь, уговорил, да? Почему Starlink не используют для трансляции? Не знаю. Не их технология пока. Ну, не знаю. Не знаю. Нас полагается на свои силы, не знаю. С людьми вокруг Луны в 2024 году. Конкуренты для НАСА.
7
минут с момента запуска.
Again, still quiet here in Mission Control, Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down.
Медуза должна быть. Ну, увидим по фоткам.
30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down.
Так, понижается тяга двигателей. И скоро у них будет выключение.
Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour. Continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control, Houston. We're standing by for core stage main engine cutoff. And we have confirmation of core stage main engine cutoff.
Так, мы получили подтверждение о выключении двигателей.
The flight dynamics officer
Так,
reports
и
that we
отделение
have a
ступени.
nominal main engine cutoff.
У нас есть...
And we just heard the call for core stage separation. That means Orion and the interim
Есть
cryogenic
Орион,
propulsion
есть
stage
вторая
are now
ступень.
flying free from the core stage of the space launch
Сейчас
system.
будет...
The next milestone will be solar array deploy approximately 18 minutes after liftoff. But before Orion stretches its wings, let's check back in with our friends at Kennedy Space Center and hear all about what it was like to hear
Сейчас
the
будет
rocket roar off the launch
solar
pad.
array
Megan
deploy.
and Kayla, I've got to hear all about it.
Открытие
Well, if
солнечных
you're just
панелек.
joining us, welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we just watched Artemis 1 launch, our first step towards our next adventure into deep space. As Leah said, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. And I'm kind of still giddy.
Включение двигателя второй ступени будет в 51 минуту.
I feel the same way. This is the first launch that
Но
I've
с
been
те
able to watch in
1000 миль.
person, and I've got to say, it
Как-то
was
так.
incredible. I was just, it took my breath away, and I was tearing up. Just what an amazing accomplishment for this team, this international team, people who have been dedicating their careers to
Спасибо,
getting
ребят,
the
за
rocket off the
подписочку.
ground and taking the first step to getting a crew on that vehicle back to the moon. It was just incredible.
Yeah, this is a moment I think that we're all going to remember where we were when we saw this sort of thing, you know what I mean? And it was great to see, again, when we entered into terminal count, everybody here just
На
started
Сатурне
cheering,
были
you know,
камеры. На
coming out
Сатурне были камеры, реально.
It lit up the night sky, and it just shook everything around us. Did you feel that? Like, in my bones, I felt that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the cool thing is just kind of the delay between what you see and what you hear, because of course the sound travels a little bit slower.
Какая длительность полета, я так и не ответил на вопрос. Именно до отделения Ориона 2 часа. Ну, то есть уже, конечно, меньше, там час 55 минут осталось до отделения Ориона. Я не понимаю, в чем смысл этой станции. Это не станция, это космический корабль, и это возвращение американцев на Луну, и возвращение, в принципе, людей на Луну. И да, смысл проверки оборудования, проверки ракеты, это первый полет этой ракеты.
In that moment of liftoff, when the thrust builds underneath you, like we saw it today, it's just hard not to be overwhelmed by the emotional experience, the excitement, the joy of that moment. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think we can't say it enough. This team really deserved this moment. They've been working so hard.
Дальше дело за кубриком.
When I heard that we got into
Алло,
terminal count, it was
кубрик.
I felt a sense of relief and excitement for them that I think everybody here did. You know, we really wanted them to succeed. We really wanted to see the launch today. And wow, I will never forget this.
Me neither. It was an incredible experience to be here and see that happen.
Yeah. Was there anything that was particularly surprising to you? Again, this is your first launch. You know, what were you expecting?
Эта картинка просто симуляция, просто моделька.
We also had a nighttime launch for our launch, and so I think one thing you underestimate is how much it lights up the night sky.
Yes.
We were able to watch it all the way through that trajectory. We were able to see the boosters separate and everything. So it was just an incredible view. It's amazing how much you get to see of the flight path when it's a nice
Оператор рядом. Я тоже не понимаю таких приколов, ну ладно. Покажите хоть один ракеткам.
And the trajectory of the rocket looked like it was flying towards me. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my god, that's so poetic. It's so beautiful.
Где, в принципе, хоть что-нибудь? Поучитесь в
Wow.
SpaceX, как надо делать стриминг.
So we're going to head over to Daryl, who was at the launch team. Daryl, you got to count us down through that, through liftoff. I mean, how was that being in the launch room?
Кстати, по времени уже давно упали с орбит. А вот первая ступень упадет только в час 46. Ну, именно по вот тут, когда будет. Когда сделают станцию и высадят Старшип на Луну? Ну, станцию начнут, я думаю, в 24-25 делать. А там, не знаю, посмотрим. Ну, думаю... Такс. Это сейчас будут миллионы поздравлений. У них что там, видак пленочный? Реально. Так, сейчас, ребята, я на все отвечу.
Is here.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, there we go. Is he ready for me?
Так, я почему-то не могу найти времени о разворачивании солнечных панелей.
Well, for once I might be speechless. So you guys know I have talked a lot about appreciating the moment that you're in. And we have worked hard as a team. You guys
Мы работали тяжело, мы очень тяжело работали в команде.
This is your moment.
Это ваш момент. Повтор будет, я думаю, даже сейчас, потому что у нас целых 40 минут до повторения.
By chance that you are here today. So I want you to look around at this team.
Глядите вокруг на вашу команду.
You have earned it. You have earned your place in the room. You have earned this moment. You have earned your place in history.
Этот момент в истории.
You were part of a first.
Вы часть начала.
Once in a career, maybe.
Сейчас будет
But we are
развернут
all
солнечный
part of
панель.
something incredibly special. The first launch of Artemis.
Первый запуск Артемиды.
The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars.
Первый шаг для покорения Луны и Марса.
What you have done will,
Я буду так
what you have done
говорить.
today will
Считаю, это
inspire
идеальный подход.
generations to come. So thank you for your resilience.
Спасибо за ваш вклад.
You know, I said at the pre-test briefing, the harder
Потом мы на
the
брифинге все
climb, the better the
решим.
view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is.
Красивый вид этого всего. Вот. Поздравляю вас. Congratulations.
So we got a couple of traditions here in launch control.
Мы имеем традицию в
And
Launch
the first
Control
one
центре.
is when you're in the position for the first time, you get a tie cutting. And so
Я немножко не могу понять, что она говорит
have
тут.
my launch director
Короче,
scissors. And I'm going to get my tie cut by a couple of legends that are here.
какой-то подарок или
And
какой-то
then
сейчас прикол будет.
anyone who wants their tie cut will be making the rounds in the firing room. You got your console chiefs if they want to do it.
Кто
That's fine. If
задонатит
you want me to
больше
do it,
2000
you might have
рублей,
to wait a
то
little
я стрим
while,
буду
but I'll
вести
stay
чисто
all
таким
night if I
голосом
have
до
to. It'll be
конца.
my pleasure to cut ties.
А кому это,
So I'm
кто
gonna
заносит 3,
gonna
то
take
буду
care of mine, and then I
нормальным.
have one other presentation that I want to make this evening.
Идет два мужчина. Это Патрик Стюарт, это профессор Ксавьер и его друг Магнито. Она это Джин Грей. Спасибо за подписку Embedded Lab. Галстук резать. Реально. Но с ее зарплаты можно позволить себе.
This is Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis 1 launch director. She just got her tie cut. That is a tradition here at NASA.
Я угораю с чата просто.
We just got to hear her talk to the team, and one thing that really stuck out to me that she said is that they really earned their place in history. We're coming up on solar array deploy. Let's go on to Leah.
Thanks, Megan. And yes, we're here in Mission Control Houston, still monitoring the Artemis 1 mission.
На самом деле Артемиду не запустили, вот она стоит, вот корабль Orion.
So far we saw successful liftoff at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, all the way through separation from the core stage. We now have Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage flying free. And we just heard that we have initiated solar array deploy. So we are turning our focus to that. The spacecraft was running on battery power, that's stretching things wings.
Ребят, поддержите, пожалуйста, канал донатиком, потому что надо накопить на оперативную память, потому что я так задолбался в этом премьере сидеть и смотреть предпросмотр в 5 FPS. Одна из причин, почему Starliner до сих пор не вышел на канал.
Once these are properly configured, again, Orion will no longer need to rely solely on battery power. And we expect this to be done about 30 minutes after liftoff.
Корпоратив, они зальются гидрозином и зажгут спичку возле бака с водородом.
175 miles per hour. We're continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control Houston from the flight controllers monitoring the mission. A little bit about these solar arrays as we wait.
Solar arrays должны были в 16 минут. А что запустили и куда? Ну вот SLS, долгожданная ракета.
These 4 solar arrays generate 11 kilowatts of power, which is enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom houses, and they have a wingspan of 63 feet. Just one of these 6.5 by 6.5 foot panels has
да, это миссия на Луну. Давайте посмотрим повтор. Повтор в студию.
Looking at a total of 15,000 solar cells. Now we just heard the call that all 4 solar arrays have been released, so we initially heard the initiation call.
Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
Блин, это красиво, кстати.
Burn off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Back to the moon and beyond. На самом деле в НАСА работают пришельцы с Луны. Я не буду шарить. Господи, что в чате происходит, я уже ничего не соображаю. Все, добираем до 20 тысяч донейшенов и кайфуем.
First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q in about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket.
Полмина менять в Таиланде? На ламинат, что ли? Ха, шутка. Да, возвращаемся к тем самым старым стримам, когда я был не настолько серьезен. Просто вы знаете эти времена на ютубе, здесь лишний раз пошутить ни про что нельзя. А суть миссии в чем? А это ракета SLS. Это ее первый запуск. Второй. Это корабль Orion. Это его второй запуск, но формально первый в рамках вместе с ракетой этой. Муж гривник, споры в семье. Обожаю свой чат, обожаю своих подписчиков. Ребят, вы лучшие самые. Про Rocket Cam было с лишним. Нет, не лишним. Суть миссии в том, чтобы отработать все технологии, отработать кораблик, облететь Луну, а потом когда-нибудь там года через 3 или через 10 вернуться туда с людьми уже. Вот, извините, по микрофону ударил случайно. А так это технологии с шаттлом. Ё-моё, ну серьезно. Ладно, пойдет. Я не знаю, я просто выложу видео с подписью, что оно живое.
Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters.
Да не за что, Джон. Джон, жди, подписывайся на канал, если ты еще не подписан, и жди видео про Артемиду подробное, не стебное, как я сейчас сижу на стриме, а реально кайфово.
2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston.
А где реальный эфир? Ну вот сейчас повтор посмотрим и все. Ну, в принципе, считаю, до этого момента мы повтор посмотрели, а дальше можно не смотреть, потому что дальше реально ничего интересного. Мы знаем, что пока все хорошо. Алекс Зап, Минск, только что подписался. Минск, уху! Добро пожаловать. Я, конечно, не из Минска, но все равно.
Ну и, ребят, моя мемная, уже, наверное, ставшая реально мемом фраза. Они поставили ракеткам на солнечные панели. Они гении. Эти парни гении. Вот здесь прячется 13 кубсатов. Короче, все, стрим превращается в реальный стёб. Поставить... Да, мы хотя бы видим confirmation solar array deploy. Можно вот отсюда какой-нибудь ракеткам увидеть. Еще какой-то. Я вижу вот два. Я увидел эти ракеткамы, я думаю, что они не показывают. Вот хотя бы эти анимашки покажите на экране. Зачем мне центр управления полетами смотреть? Это просто NASA момент. Но смотрите, есть еще одна причина. О, вот это красиво, мне нравится. Есть еще одна причина, почему Медуза не видна, потому что запуск водородной ракеты, а водород, ну как бы он очень прозрачный. Увидим на фотографиях. Хотя, кстати, можно зайти в Твиттер, может уже какие-то фотки есть. Я думаю, есть. Такой-то запуск. Так, ну, Локхид Мартин фотку кинули. Но это чисто именно момент запуска. Я, конечно, сейчас все это покажу. Но я бы хотел бы что-то такое, типа, с длинной выдержкой. Но я думаю, скоро будет. Да, режиссер вообще по 1,5 секунды. Вот, ребята, вот сюда пялимся и все. Кайфуем. Без ракеткамов. Алексей, добро пожаловать на канал, спасибо за подписку. Ребят, нас стало уже очень много за один стрим. Это кайфово, мне это очень нравится. О, тоже кадр неплохой. Ничего не понятно, очень интересно. Вот. 2070 подписчиков. Вот это поворот.
Today's flight. Again, we are now 25 minutes and 47 seconds into the flight.
2071.
And we have a complete deployment of all 4 solar arrays. Orion's journey to the moon continues as planned. Again, looking forward to that perigee raise maneuver. That'll be coming up again at about 53 minutes into the mission. So
напоминаю.
Все,
стрим пошел. Камера в камеру сгорания на BE4 на тестовых испытаниях так было. Так, ладно, давайте сделаем нормально.
That'll come up a little later, which is a longer burn, another firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
До орбиты Луны примерно там что около, ну, нескольких дней. Около 10 дней, что-то такое я видел.
We caught a glimpse there of those solar arrays, and with all 4 solar arrays properly deployed, Orion's journey to the moon continues, and we've got more operational updates coming up shortly.
25 дней это, по-моему, вся миссия примерно. Да, 25 дней это вся миссия.
Leah, thank you so much.
Привет.
Our return to the moon will be different than the last time. We plan to explore more of the lunar surface and learn how to live and work there. With more on our destination, let's bring back NASA's Dan Hewitt with our new moon board.
Hey, thanks, Megan. I gotta be honest, we ran outside to catch it. I'm still shaking a little bit. That never gets old. That is always one of the coolest things you'll ever see in your entire life. And that rocket was massive and loud and just so cool. All right.
Oh, это миссия Аполлон 7.
This is why we call it the moon board, but the moon, you know, since the dawn of time, humans have looked at the sky and shouted at our neighbor, I'm gonna walk in your face. And in the 60s, we actually did it.
Чел реально с Луны стримит.
Starting with Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Apollo 11, 1969.
Опять же, неизвестно, что там по камерам, но я думаю, при пилотируемом запуске мы увидим фотографии посадок Аполлона, сделанные людьми. Здесь же все-таки миссия не в этом заключается, поэтому маловероятно, что будет подразумеваться фотография каких-то мест. Но если что-то попадет в кадр, думаю, это будет классно.
Since then, but they accomplished a lot under Apollo. Lots of technological advancements, deployed science instruments, brought back hundreds of pounds
26-42 дня на всю миссию. Типа до Луны 8-14 дней, на Луне где-то 6-19 и назад 9-19 дней. Опять же, все зависит от операции, от всего остального. Это Kirby Space Program. Да, это Kirby Space Program. Все, я не могу уже в наушниках сидеть, я не буду слушать. Вы сами видите, что он показывает на миссии Аполлона. Очень-очень тяжело сидеть в наушниках. Еще 1500 на наушнике.
And we're not looking around the equator like under Apollo.
We're looking at the lunar South Pole.
Now, why? So we haven't sent people since the 70s to the moon, but we haven't stopped studying. We've had orbiters like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which has literally just been flying loops around the moon, taking high-resolution images of the surface. So high resolution that you can look them up. They have images of all the different Apollo landing sites, and you can actually see the footprints, the paths they left in the
Самое время выпустить в телегу. Подписывайтесь на Телеграм. Слушайте на Луну или просто вокруг полета и обратно. Просто вокруг.
Sending out material, some of which potentially hadn't seen direct sunlight for billions of years, and then analyzing what shot out. And through missions like that and others, we've been able to find that there is water ice trapped in those permanently shadowed areas on the moon. A lot of them center around that South Pole. We have already identified 13 potential landing sites for the Artemis 3 mission. And these are where we're going to send our astronauts around the lunar South Pole.
Самое интересное, темная сторона Луны, но она по факту же не темная. Да, кстати, посадка на Луну будет, когда она будет, она планируется в Южный полюс. Примерно вот в эти зоны, которые сейчас на экране.
You can split it into oxygen and hydrogen. That's rocket fuel. We just launched the most powerful rocket in history using those constituent parts. And so you can start to live off the land. We can use that, something called in situ resource utilization. And really,
там на обратной
the whole
стороне
point
уже
of that
китайцы
is to
сидят.
use the moon as this proving ground. We're trying to get to Mars. We're trying to learn to live on other planets.
По факту она не темная, потому что солнце на нее тоже иногда попадает.
And by going to the lunar South Pole, by going to stay under Artemis, we're going to be able to start practicing that. We're going to perfect those systems, perfect those techniques and operations we need to do that, so we can use the moon as that jumping off point to Mars.
Просто невидимая нам, по факту. Обратно это надо договорить. Душнила в чате я душнила.
That launch was spectacular. I'm still way too excited.
Почему не на Северный полюс? Потому что на Южном полюсе обнаружена вода. Как минимум в ледяном состоянии. И надо это все изучить. А еще там кратеры, в которые никогда не попадал солнечный свет, поэтому это тоже надо изучить. Вдруг там что-то интересное. Вдруг там всякие ксеноморфы живут. Посадка будет. Первая ступень приводниться в океан в час с чем-то от момента запуска. Боже, что у нас с трансляцией, я не понимаю. Все, пока, ребята, я монтирую ролик Starliner, выкладываю до конца, там осталось чуть-чуть. Там надо трендить его просто по-хорошему. И переходиков добавить чуть-чуть. Ну, там не сложно. А, кстати, ребята, у вас все еще есть время попасть, как бы, ну, типа, вот это, как бы. В ролик про Starliner в конец, если вы хотите попасть, то Donation Alert вам в помощь. Там в конце, типа, все, кто донатит, и пока что, ну, там есть списочек людей, но если вы хотите сами туда попасть, то задонатьте от 100 рублей, и вы попадаете смело в конец видео. Места там ограничены, всего 10. Они уже, конечно, забиты, но если вы перегоните кого-то, то это будет вам же в плюс. Там есть только 3 прям забитых места, которые, ну, никак не изменяются. Ну, увидите все это.
Yeah, kind of walk us through what you were thinking. So you get there, and what is it? Just like game time, and you're really focused, or you know, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'd say we were very focused on what was happening up there, just making sure we knew what was happening. Because the rockets,
Да, посадка приводнения будет в океан после возвращения на Землю. Ты говоришь, примерно через 26-42 дня.
So, on zero deck, my heart was pumping. My nerves were going, but yeah, we showed up.
Да не, мне кажется, у них просто техника совсем всегда с наклейками. Ну тогда угарно. У нас и нет денег на рекламу Apple. Посадку на Луну не будет.
Went up there and tightened her up.
You're probably still like in this oh my gosh moment like all of us are. You know, has it actually hit you like the role you played today in making Artemis 1 launch?
You know, I still can't believe it. Like it's like I said, it's surreal and just amazing.
Орион не отделился еще от второстепени. Отделение корабля Орион произойдет через 2 часа после старта.
Anything you want to say to the launch team? Again, this is a big day for the launch team, for you guys, NASA, but really the whole world. I mean, this is a historic launch that I think we'll all remember. Really.
You know, we had a lot of people here helping us out, a lot of teams, firing room. I'm sure that was hectic. And, you know, NASA, Boeing, all the other companies did a great job, and we're glad to be part of it.
One thing I always like to say is spaceflight is a team sport, and I think you guys perfectly demonstrated that today, right? Like, none of us could accomplish this on our own. It takes a really complex team. Nobody can be an expert in all of the systems, all the technology, all of the workarounds we might have to do to get a rocket off the pad. So thank you for the role you played in that today. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you coming by to talk with us. All right, it's now been about 35 minutes since liftoff of Artemis 1. Orion and ICCS are now free flying. Let's head back to Leah again to talk about how the journey is going so far.
Okay.
Thanks, Megan. And it has been a pretty smooth ride so far. And we are now, again, like you mentioned, coming up on 36 minutes since launch. That puts us about 17 minutes into the until the perigee raise maneuver. That's going to be the maneuver that lifts the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth and puts us where we need to be ahead of the translunar injection burn. The translunar injection burn is that really long burn that we're going to need to send us on to the moon. So we've been treated to some exciting views from the spacecraft today, including, and we hope to see some from inside the cabin, but we expect to continue receiving photo updates throughout the mission. It takes a team, though, to bring the imagery of Orion down to Earth, so let's meet them.
The imagery that we're collecting on Artemis 1 and the mission itself is preparing to carry humans
Так,
to the
ребят,
moon.
если что, я сейчас
The Orion imagery team is going to be
немножко занят
monitoring every aspect
медиа-контентом, еще для вас
of
фотографий,
visual
поэтому
spacecraft
пока просто
performance for the
смотрите.
entire duration of the mission. The first time that we're going to be live streaming digital video from its spacecraft back down to the Earth from the vicinity of the moon. That's never been done before. What we'll be transmitting live streaming will be lower resolution, more compressed, because we have to fit it into a thinner pipe, if you will. Every one of these cameras is in its position where it is and it's configured the way it is for a very specific reason. We're going to be monitoring anything that we can see with the cameras for spacecraft performance. The imagery teams at NASA are composed of dozens and dozens of very highly trained, very specialized people, engineers, technicians, analysts. If we can see it, we're going to try and keep an eye on it. Imagery has been invaluable throughout the history of NASA. We flew cameras on Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all of that stuff that we saw with the astronauts around the moon. It helps us detect the unknown unknowns. It allows us to see things that we didn't anticipate happening before. So when we do fly people on Artemis 2, we can have a high confidence that everything is working the way it should.
I love getting a look at those teams that we don't normally see, like the red team that Megan and Kayla just got to interview. A really big thanks to them and everyone that made this liftoff happen tonight. So we are going to toss it back to Megan and Kayla now at KSC. Again, we're about 15 minutes away from perigee raise maneuver.
Thank you, Leah. Yeah, we wanted to take us back into Orion and talk about some of the science that's being enabled by Artemis 1 today. So inside of Orion are 10 of these. So they're called CubeSats because they're tiny satellites. Essentially, they're the size of
Константин
a shoebox with
осуждаю
the
такой
down,
комментарий.
but then once they're
Ну,
deployed,
типа, вот
they're
такое
opened
реально
up, they
уже
have
жестко.
solar arrays, things like that. That's when it gets a lot bigger. Now, these are called
Так,
secondary
сейчас я покажу
payloads for this
фотки.
mission. Kayla, can you talk to us about what secondary payloads are?
Yeah, it just really means that it's not a primary objective of the mission. We're not relying on the success of these CubeSats for overall mission success. It's kind of a bonus payload, right? A chance to deploy these satellites that have different sensors on them and collect some awesome data to support other research objectives.
Yeah, and I know battery life was a concern for some of them, but all 10 were deployed, and scientists, I'm sure, are eager to see what kind of information that hopefully they'll be able to get. And they're just some of several research projects on this flight that will help gather data about the moon and more.
Artemis 1 is paving the way for us to explore deeper and deeper into space.
I think Artemis 1 is significant on so many levels. It is a new
Так, ну я нашел две фоточки
frontier
такие
to
хорошие.
So the primary objective is to
Вот
test
они.
the Orion spacecraft integrated with the Space Launch
Ну,
System.
по-моему, неплохо.
To carry out the boldest of the bold missions.
But it's more than just learning how to travel in space.
Потом будут,
We're
конечно,
taking
еще
a lot
другие,
of
мы
cool
об этом
science
всем
along with
узнаем.
us on this first mission to the moon.
So as NASA plans to go back to the surface of
Я,
the moon
конечно,
and
все это
onto
покажу.
Mars,
We want to spend more time there, and that's riskier business. So the more we learn about the moon itself,
Я
and the
думаю,
environment
достаточно
where we'll be
сейчас стало
operating,
спутников
the better we can
ретрансляторов,
prepare.
поэтому
We have 10
электромагнитная
CubeSats
волна.
as secondary payloads, which are small scientific spacecraft of their own that will each be conducting their own scientific mission.
All of
Вот,
these
кстати,
payloads
спутнички
in
будут.
some form or fashion will help us going forward.
Вот так вот.
They are going to be studying
Для
the
изучения
moon.
Луны.
And they're going to help us understand what is the moon made out of, what types of rocks, what types of regolith, what types of ice, what's mixed in with water that might be present.
One of them
Электромагнитные
actually
волны
is
будут
going
через
to
спутники
attempt to
ретрансляторов
land
подаваться
on
на
the moon.
Землю.
They're going to be
Так, ну
studying
все,
the
посмотрели
sun,
их.
Understanding and
Сейчас
studying the
посмотрю
space
страницы НАСА.
environment, or the space weather.
some different propulsion
Местоположение
systems.
Ориона в
These
разделе
novel ideas will
Arrow.
ultimately turn into the technology and the systems that we want to use going forward.
Спутники не
There's
только
a
на
lot of
орбите
cool
Земли
things
есть.
going on between all these CubeSats that make up our
Ретрансляторы
secondary
есть и
payloads.
за орбитой
Additionally,
Земли.
inside the Orion, we'll be flying an experiment to study space biology.
Трек НАСА Artemis
space
Mission.
biology is where we study the underlying changes that Earth-based biological systems undergo when they're in space.
Or basically, how does life respond to the space environment?
The level of ionizing radiation that you experience when you go beyond the Van Allen belt, so you go beyond the protective magnetic sphere that we have around us, you then get exposed to higher levels of ionizing radiation. So we are flying several space biology experiments.
We will take a series of materials
Plant seeds, fungi, the yeast cell, algae,
and ride along the trip. And then when it comes home, we can analyze how they responded to that environment.
This research will help us thrive in space. It will help us to go further and stay there longer.
In addition to space biology, we'll be learning about how to make astronauts more effective in the Orion in the future. An example of that is something called the Callisto Technology Demonstration.
Lockheed Martin built the Orion spacecraft for NASA, and we'll be flying a secondary payload that's a demonstration payload called Callisto. So we took the technology from Amazon for Alexa and the WebEx technology from Cisco, and so we built a digital assistant, if you will, the custom space-qualified Alexa.
Alexa, how does the life support system work?
Orion's life support system is the environmental control and life support system works.
And so this payload is a demonstration mission to show how astronauts in the future could use this technology as an innovative user interface.
So there you have it. I hope you agree with me. This is exciting.
I am just over the moon excited for the Artemis 1 launch.
The science we'll conduct on Artemis 1 lays the groundwork to ensure that we can safely conduct scientific activities at the moon with our astronauts going forward. This really is the stepping stone for us as we take that next giant leap in space exploration.
So a lot of great science also happening on the International Space Station. I got to speak with astronauts Jessica Watkins and Samantha Cristoforetti while they were still on board about the research there that will benefit future Artemis missions. Jessica, Samantha, your primary job on the space station is to maintain the orbiting lab and conduct science experiments, more than 200 before Crew 4 returns home. Jessica, can you tell me about one of the experiments that will help return us to the moon with the Artemis program?
We do a lot of experiments where we are looking into developing new technologies that will enable us to go further into the solar system. And one of those technologies was the AstroRad experiment. Radiation is one of the challenges that we face when we think about going further into the solar system. And so this vest is an option for providing the crew member with protection. And then one of the mannequins on Artemis 1, launching here later this month, will also be wearing the vest. We'll get a sense for its effectiveness on board as well.
Samantha, I know that you've been doing a lot of work to test how we would grow crops in space. What crops are you growing on space station right now, and what's unique about them?
Indeed. Actually, right next to us as we are talking to you, we have a little space station vegetable garden. It's called X-Root, and in a few weeks it will be full of fully grown, hopefully tomatoes and carrot plants. I don't have much of a green thumb, I must confess, but when I harvested those plants and I could really like breathe in all that smell, even if there is no soil, it still has that smell that you would associate on the ground with walking, you know, through a vegetable garden after a rainy day, you know, when there is that moisture in the air, and that was just so pleasant after, you know, such a long time living away from any kind of natural environment. It was very pleasant for me.
If it makes you feel any better, I also do not have a green thumb. So what about water? How are you testing critical life support systems like water to hopefully help us stay off Earth longer than we ever have before?
Sure, yes. So we kind of use the tagline that yesterday's coffee becomes today's coffee.
Жду такой, только еще с более длинной выдержкой, когда уже после отделения сорби.
Our urine, and so we are at the point now where we are able to recycle about 96% of the essentially of our water on board, and are continuing to test new technologies to get even closer to
Ориона. Кстати, классно, что у него вот видно, как шевелятся солнечные панели. Вот это круто.
Samantha, what are you most excited about for Artemis 1?
Seeing that gigantic rocket take off, and I think it will be just you know, a sign of all those great things to come.
Jessica, you could one day walk on the moon as part of the Artemis program. How does that make you feel?
The idea of being able to explore the surface of another planetary body, especially for me as a geologist and a planetary geologist specifically, is just super exciting. All of the science that we're going to be able to conduct from the surface of the moon.
Jessica, Samantha, thank you so much. And before you go, I'd love to see a flip. I love it.
Так, ребят, ну, я сейчас готов сказать вам вот этот реал-тайм на сайте НАСА.
Yeah, it's incredible to be a part of every single experiment. It's an honor to play a small role in it. We got to do some really cool tech demonstrations while we were up there too. So for me as an engineer, that was really fun. That's a photo of me doing the first scanning electron microscope samples on the International Space Station. And it was cool for me because I worked with a scanning electron microscope in my graduate school research that took up it was as big as this desk. But seeing a miniaturized version of those that we have up there and imagining how we could use it in a lunar or Martian laboratory to better analyze samples and decide what to bring home was really exciting.
Yeah, and you touched on this earlier before, but I do think it's just so important to note again that you're doing science for scientists who've been working on their studies for decades.
Кстати, ну реально реал-тайм, потому что я сейчас сравниваю с картинкой, которая сейчас,
которая вот тут, и вот вы видите, как расположены солнечные панели.
Корабль Орион, вторая ступень, все круто. Но я пока задолго так не буду, потому что оно у меня на втором мониторе, я буду ориентироваться на прямую трансляцию, причем там сейчас у нас то же самое.
Yeah, and to think that what we do on the International Space Station can fuel future Artemis missions, I think the fact that they go hand in hand is really
Я напоминаю, ребята, вы можете поддержать проект донатом, чтобы все было отлично. У нас включился двигатель, отлично, отлично. Ждем его выключения, но должна работа вроде быть недолгой, насколько я помню. Ну да, во время включения двигателя самое, что можно сделать, это вопросы. Вопросы, отвечать на вопросы, это же НАСА. Зачем нам техническая трансляция? Непонятно.
This is really the culmination of a giant team effort. It takes every single member of our team to pull off a successful launch. It's incredibly complicated, incredibly challenging, and in some cases kind of dangerous for a Red Crew team who went inside the blast danger area to make a fix that was critical to today's launch. And so to see the team succeed and feel that excitement was incredible.
I really still have Charlie Blackwell Thompson's words ringing in my head. The fact that she said the harder the climb, the better the view. Absolutely. 100% correct. All right, next question is from actor Jack Black. He starred in a movie called Apollo 10 1/2. He has a question for Kayla.
Okay, Jack's final question. I promise. Let's talk about Orion. How long will it take for Orion to fly around the moon and come home? And what's that re-entry going to be like? Sounds like it might be a little hot.
У нас 1300 просмотров за стрим.
You're exactly right, Jack. It is a 26-day mission that we have planned for Artemis, where it will go to the moon, go into a distant retrograde orbit, so we'll get a few close flybys and then some time in deep space past the moon. And then, yeah, that re-entry is going to be something else. It's going to be 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, super hot. And so we'll be looking at how the heat shield performs just to ensure that it'll be able to protect the crew for that speed and temperature.
That's half as hot as the sun.
Yes, it's incredibly hot. So we rely on that heat shield to keep our systems and our crew safe. But we expect that it'll perform well, but we're excited to see how it does in about 26 days.
Okay. One last question from social media. What qualifications are required to become an astronaut?
You have to study STEM, you have to have a master's degree or higher in a STEM field, but besides that, we're looking for people who are awesome team players. So there's
с кораблем Orion. Вот сейчас происходит, зажегся двигатель второй ступени, работает. Ракета летит, это не русский, если что. Это американская ракета, НАСА, все дела. Ракета летит, грубо говоря, на Луну. Это беспилотный облет Луны, космического корабля Орион. Первая миссия, Artemis 1. Artemis 2 уже будет. Я знаю, что ты орешь, мало ли кто-нибудь подумал бы. Вот. Беспилотный облет Луны. А следующий запуск Artemis 2 будет уже пилотируемый облет. Хотя, блин, корабль создавали больно. У Старлайнера было 2 беспилотных полета. Что-то мне подсказывает. Ладно, не будем огурцами. Затралил, да.
And it's going to raise the lowest point of Orion's orbit over Earth. This also included a checkout of Orion's systems and any adjustments to the solar arrays. All 4 of those solar arrays, as you can see, are swept back. That's going to keep them from having any loads imparted that might damage them for use later in the mission. This also, the perigee raise maneuver, will put us in the proper position for the translunar injection burn. That's that really big and long burn that we need to send us to the moon. We're about 1 minute away from the perigee raise maneuver. This is a shorter burn. It's less than 30 seconds.
Никогда не видел стрим с такой маленькой задержкой, но я ставлю минимальную задержку. Вот, в принципе, весь секрет раскрыт.
About 45 seconds until the perigee raise maneuver.
Надо это так как-то сделать. Не знаю, пусть будет тут. Молодец, спасибо. Поддержите каналы лайками, подписками. Можете кому-то зарепостить, а можете поддержать контент денежкой.
Coming up on 53 minutes into today's mission, and we are standing by for the start of the perigee raise maneuver. Again, this is a firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It's less than 30 seconds long.
Все деньги, повторяюсь, пойдут на увеличение качества контента, на улучшение... Ой, прикольно двигается. На улучшение компьютера, на улучшение оборудования и все остальное. А где Луна? Не видно планеты. А корабль еще только возле Земли. Ясно, сломалось что-то. Да не, наверное... Что с солнечной панелью? Почему они такие дерганые?
And we have confirmation of perigee raise maneuver cut off.
Так, выключился двигатель.
Отлично. That it was a good burn. We are now 54 minutes into the flight. Orion traveling 14,700
Это ракеткам? Ну да, это камера, которая установлена на солнечной панели. Вот здесь вот примерно. Что мы видим вот этот трубопровод.
We're looking for that translunar injection burn to happen about 1 hour and 26 minutes after launch, so about 30 minutes from now. That'll be that long burn that helps us break free from the pull of Earth's gravity and commits the spacecraft to
это компьютер или прямой эфир?
Это
прямая трансляция НАСА. Вот сейчас была запущена ракета SLS. Ну, час назад.
I hope you didn't miss it, but if you did, we have a quick replay of the launch here.
Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML.
Они сами нам покажут.
And here we go.
Ребята, это повтор, если что.
Burn off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5, 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together. Back to the moon and beyond.
Сами показывают повтор. Круто, мне даже включать не пришлось. Что хотел сказать? Та раскачка панели была, что-то я не подумал, от тяги двигателя. Логично.
Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down.
Now to celebrate Artemis 1's successful liftoff is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Administrator, you got to share what you just told Kayla and I. You said that that was the biggest flame you've ever seen.
Biggest flame, да. Наш NASA-администратор. Да, большой огонь у нас был, как они говорят, большой пламя. Потому что SRB все же.
And I'm telling you, you definitely knew that there was some energy being expended over there.
So what does it mean to you to be the leader of our organization for a historic launch like this? We've been talking about the team it takes to get this done. How does it feel to be at the helm of that ship?
Well, I got to talk to the Launch Control Center team, and I said to them,
В ракете нет людей. Алекс VR, спасибо за 280 рублей. Алекс автоматом попадает в конец ролика про Артемиду уже давно. Он донатит очень много каналу, очень большое спасибо. Я, честно, я не знаю, может Алекс пишет, конечно, в чат, но не замечаю. Но, мне кажется, это тайный спонсор какой-то просто. 7,5 тысяч. Ребят, кто задонатит 500 рублей до 8 тысяч? И если Стас и Мария смотрят этот стрим, то знайте, что скоро будет стрим КСП, где вы можете проявить себя во всю силу. Вы же любите там летать везде. Я хочу повторить миссию RS-1. И, ну, вообще, как Constellation, RS-5 или RS-1. Вот это план. Может, даже ночью, если получится.
Is e pluribus unum out of many one, and so our astronaut corps reflects that, and it's going to be the first boots back on the moon are going to be the first woman and the next man.
Yeah. And another goal of the Artemis program is to spur economic development. Can you talk to us about how this program has been able to do that for the country?
Well, if you put it in NASA's economic report terms, it's billions of dollars affecting the economy, almost 400,000 jobs. But that's just direct. Think of all the indirect expenditures that are causing the economy to rise and more jobs. For example, what you guys are doing on the station, a lot of your research. Take, for example, the pharmaceutical research. You're helping already one drug that's being manufactured on Earth better because of what you learned in space, and that drug is attacking cancer. Now, what's the value of that? That's just additional value that is added. I remind everybody, in everybody's pocket, they've got a cell phone, and that's got a camera. And that's a camera on a chip that came out of.
Так, ребят, да, тут Вега написал, что пиарит группу ЕСА-ЕК в ВКонтакте. Спасибо группе European Space Agency ВКонтакте на русском, которая как пиарит, так и мои стримы, так и, в принципе, рассказывает много о Европейском космическом агентстве в мировой космонавтике. И, в принципе, о многих моментах мировой космонавтики. Когда ракета будет возле Луны, примерно через 9-12 дней. Также спасибо группе Артемида, которая также пропиарила мой стрим. Колес Глок, если ты это смотришь еще. Спасибо большое. Вам, ребята, реально огромное спасибо за пиар стрима. Сегодня мы набрали 100 с лишним, 150 человек. Даже больше. Это был пик 100... 75 человек.
Look what that's going to do for our country and our economy, as well as for our international partners. And it's a great day.
Это хороший день. It's a great day. Это лучший день.
Thank you so much for joining us for this momentous occasion. As you said, this is the beginning of a new age in space exploration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Kayla, that's going to do it for us here at the host desk. Launch was just the first step in a nearly 26-day mission. Our colleagues in Houston will now continue the broadcast to bring you the next big milestone to the moon. From Kayla and me, have a great day and go Artemis 1.
Go Artemis.
And we had a great ride to orbit today. We are now 1 hour and 2 minutes since we launched.
Да, уже целый час с начала миссии прошел.
Orion is traveling with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage now almost 15,000 miles per hour. We recently saw the perigee raise maneuver. That's where we lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and it puts us in the perfect position to prepare us for translunar injection burn coming up in about 25 minutes.
25 минут до запуска двигателя, как я понял. Это круто.
So again, we are looking forward to that translunar injection burn. That's what it's going to commit us to our journey to the moon. And to tell us a little bit more about the translunar injection burn, we've got Dan Hewitt standing by to show us on the moon board how it's all going to go down.
Hey, thanks, Leah. Everybody, welcome back to the moon board. So translunar injection, this is the big one. Just a refresher, we're going to be using this, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is what's taken over for all of our in-space propulsion maneuvers after that core stage and those boosters have since dropped away. Modified upper stage from the Delta IV family of rockets from United Launch Alliance. Hydrogen, oxygen, fueling the RL-10B-2 engine produces about 24,000 pounds of thrust in a vacuum.
Рассказывают про вторую ступень
The translunar injection is what's going to
и
give
про
us the
Translunar
energy to
Injection.
go
Это
from low Earth orbit
зажигание двигателя
all the way
для
out
выхода
here.
на вот
Now,
такую орбиту,
what does that
вытянутую
mean? Here
в сторону
comes
Луны.
a really overly simplified orbital mechanics lesson. Let's say you're in orbit around a planet, say Earth, and you're in a nice circular orbit, but you want to have that orbit be even higher. Well, what you can do is fire your engine behind you, increase your speed, and that then increases the corresponding apogee, or the highest point of your orbit, on the other side, and that's how you raise it up. Well, if you wanted to make it into a nice circle, you could follow up and do another burn right here, and that would raise your perigee, or your lowest point, and then you're in a circular orbit around Earth. That's essentially called a home
Рассказывает
transfer.
орбитальную
If you've
механику,
ever
я думаю,
followed
это
our
все
missions to the space station,
этим
that's
всем
what we're
грузить
doing
не особо
to
сейчас
kind
надо.
of gradually raise our orbit until we get to the space station. But for this, we're talking about a lot more energy to get somewhere a lot farther away. So what we're essentially doing is we're going to be in this circular orbit around planet Earth,
Он нарисует
and
планету
we are going to
Земля.
be firing that engine with
Это
24,000
орбита,
pounds of thrust
на которой
for
мы
about
находимся.
18 minutes. And what that does is it doesn't just increase your apogee by a little, it increases it all the way out, and it's timed. So by the time Orion is hitting its apogee, the highest point of that orbit, the moon will have moved into position that you're entering into its sphere of influence. You're entering into that area where the lunar gravity is going to be able to capture you. And so that's why we're firing the engine for that long. We need to have that much thrust, that much time to get the energy to go out there. So that's the rough orbital mechanics of what we're doing. Now, after that TLI burn is done, the ICPS is going to separate. Its job largely done in the Artemis 1 mission. As we heard, it's got some secondary payloads up in this stage adapter here that it's
Вот
going to
здесь
deploy
stage адаптер, там
on its
находится
way out. The
кубсаты.
ICPS will have one more burn after TLI called the disposal burn. And what that's going to do is put it on a trajectory almost looking parallel to that of Orion, where it's going to go around the moon, slingshot away, and then go into what's called a heliocentric orbit. It's actually going to go into orbit around the sun, just like Earth. It's going to
Вторая
leave
ступень
the
выйдет на орбиту
Earth-Moon
Солнца,
system
как он сказал.
completely. And then after that, all of the propulsion duties get handed over to the European Service Module. So it'll be using its engines. It's going to do the outbound trajectory correction burn, at least the first one on flight day 1, and a couple more until we get out to the moon and get ready to head into distant retrograde orbit. So that's TLI. It's coming up next. It's going to be a really big moment to pay attention to. So we'll send it back over to Leah to walk us through the ops. Leah?
Thanks, Dan. We are 1 hour, 6 minutes.
Я не знаю, что за экран, но мне он очень нравится. Я бы хотел бы, чтобы такое на сайте было.
15,200 miles per hour. Again, we've recently had the perigee raise maneuver, and in less than 20 minutes now, we'll be looking for the translunar injection burn that Dan just showcased that's going to send us to the moon. But our mission started off with an epic show from the Space Launch System. Again, the Space Launch System is what carried us into orbit today, launching off at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. And we've got a couple of special guests from Marshall Space Flight Center. We have Bruce Tiller, the Solid Rocket Booster Manager, and Johnny Heflin, the RS-25 Engine Manager, to tell us more about the maiden voyage of the rocket. Now, they both got to watch it live at Kennedy Space Center. So a big hi to you, Bruce and Johnny. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yes, pleasure to be here.
And can you tell me a little bit about SLS performance today? Did it perform as you expected?
Go ahead, Bruce.
You want me to start?
Go ahead.
Sure. So I managed the booster part of the rocket, and the boosters were fantastic. They performed just as we expected. We got to see some of the data. Obviously, the team hadn't plotted it all, but the pressures looked great. You know, it burned for just the right amount of time. And it separated great. We could see that as well. So very pleased. We were confident it would work well, and it did. Very happy.
Слева солид твердотопливных ускорителей, а справа РС-25.
Nominal performance. The engines performed exactly as predicted, based on the quick look data. Like the booster, we've got a lot of data to look at, but so far the data looks really, really good. These historic RS-25s that have 25 flights between them on coming off the shuttle program. So really looking forward to getting a look at the data. It looks really good so far.
That's fantastic, and we agree. It was amazing to monitor here, and the loops were very quiet in Mission Control Houston. That was a good sign. You knew that things were going well. So we know that the launch abort system was inactive for this mission, but it will be active for when we have crew on board for Artemis 2. Are there any other differences we can expect to see in the rocket for Artemis 2?
So for the boosters, by and large, no. If I talk about the boosters from top to bottom, we are going to make one change though, because the crew is on it. We're going to have a delay timer in there, so that if for some reason they need to abort, we have a few seconds there before, after they abort, before the termination system destroys the rocket. So we will add that, but other than that, nope. These boosters will be the same. Second flight is the first.
Same story for RS-25. It will be the next set of 4 heritage engines from the shuttle program. Configuration-wise, they'll be the same as what we flew today.
Then I'm glad it all went so well. And so after you get that data back from today, what's next for your team?
Well, for my team, we've still got a ton of work to do. We're not only, I mean, we're working on at least 3 flight sets at the same time, and so we've got 2 and 3 and 4 to work on. We also are working on a new booster that's a composite case design that will replace this steel case version that we're flying today. So we're excited about that, and there's a lot of work going on there as well. So we've got a lot to do, and we'll just keep doing it.
So RS-25 super busy as well. We have the Artemis 2 engines have already been delivered to MAF, and they're on schedule to be installed in the Artemis 2 core stage in mid-January. We're also about to start the certification test series for the new RS-25 engines that we're building. We have heritage engines for the first 4 flights. Beyond that, coming in on Artemis 5, we will fly what we call the RS-25 restart engines that have been redesigned to reduce cost and reestablish manufacturing for future flights. So we're really excited to get into that certification test series really soon as well.
All right, well, thank you both so much again for joining us. I'm glad that you got to watch the launch, and a major congratulations to you and your teams for all of the effort that you've poured into this. Go Artemis.
Great day.
Great day.
Thank
Fantastic.
you so much.
All right, and we are now 1 hour and 12 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1. We are traveling at orbital velocity. Again, Orion is currently attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which recently performed the perigee raise maneuver. And we are standing by for translunar injection burn, now less than 15 minutes away. It's going to be about an 18-minute burn that will commit us to the moon. Part of the Artemis program's goal is to inspire the next generation of dreamers and explorers. So we want to show you what students are
ребят, со
doing
всеми
right
этими
now to
переносами
bring
я
the
кое-что
Artemis missions
забыл.
to life.
NASA's Artemis mission will land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon.
And today's students are the Artemis generation.
If you're a student, you can design and build technologies that support the Artemis mission.
with NASA's Artemis Student Challenges.
No matter your background or experience,
you're invited to choose a challenge that interests you, whether it's
rockets.
Наше имя с кораблем Орион туда летит. Наш канал.
Tools.
Software. Vehicles.
Or other technologies, there's an exciting challenge for you.
To find a mentor and build a team of students.
Review the rules and requirements.
Так, ну я сейчас еще какие-нибудь интересные фоточки.
Visit stem.nasa.gov/Artemis and see how you can join one of NASA's mission-related student challenges.
Again,
Ждем
1
translunar
hour
ejection.
and 13 minutes, 30 seconds since liftoff today. We are looking towards translunar injection burn, now about 13 minutes away. That's going to send us to the moon. But did you know that you were invited to fly on the first Artemis mission too? Earlier this year, NASA asked the public to create a pass to virtually board Orion. Anyone who signed up got to include their name on a flash drive. I know my name is on there. And that flash drive is on Orion right now for its journey around the moon. It has more than 3.3 million names. The Orion spacecraft is designed to carry 4 crew members to lunar orbit, which we're preparing for on Artemis 2. NASA astronaut Randy Bresnik brought us through the hatch of the vehicle to show us where those future crew members will live and work during their journey.
This is the Orion crew station, where the crew will be when they fly the vehicle. As you can see, the commander seat's on the left, the pilot seat is on the right. Compared to the space shuttle, which had over 1,200 switches, controls.
Ну что, ребят, мы за стрим наберем 8000. Так, я сейчас буду показывать вам много фоток, нашел интересно. Так что смотрим.
Which is several days longer than the previous crewed Apollo missions to the moon. The interior is about 30% larger than those Apollo-era capsules to give more crew living and working space. Everything crew needs is packed right under the floor, thanks to the Orion stowage system. Under these panels is space for everything ranging from food, clothing,
Ну как много? На экране много их не покажу, но попробую.
and even the tools necessary to perform repairs if required. On the upper part of the crew compartment, or what we call the overhead, is the docking compartment, a crucial component to future exploration. It allows crews to dock the Orion capsule to Gateway, NASA's next generation lunar outpost. Once they dock, crews will have the ability to board the lunar landers also attached to the Gateway and then head down to the surface of the moon. Through these windows, the 4 crew members will have amazing front row seats of their journey to and from the moon. Do you remember Apollo 8 and Bill Anders' famous photo of Earthrise as they came around the moon and saw it for the first time? Imagine being one of those first crew members on Orion, having their own modern-day Earthrise, and knowing they are traveling farther from Earth than humans have ever traveled before. Thanks to thousands of people from across the country and around the world who have helped with the research, design, construction, testing, and more testing. My fellow astronauts and I know that whoever gets selected for future Artemis missions, they're going to have the journey of a lifetime on board the spectacular vehicle we call Orion.
We're now coming up on 10 minutes until the translunar injection burn.
10 минут до Translunar Injection Burn, до запуска двигателя для перехода на транслунную орбиту.
I'm going to send it back to Dan at the moon board to tell us all about our spacecraft.
Hey, thanks, Leah. Welcome back to the moon board and Orion. So it's still attached to
Опять он
ICPS, still
в
flying on the
космосе.
very upper part of SLS, but pretty soon it's going to be flying free. And after that happens, it's going to take over all of the propulsion, all of the flying, everything for the rest of the mission. And so to talk a little bit more about propulsion, let's focus in on this, the European Service Module. So this is what's going to be doing all of our maneuvers after we're done with ICPS and that translunar injection burn. And it's going to be doing that with a mix of 3 different types of engines. First one here on the bottom is the large orbital maneuvering system engine.
Это большой двигатель.
6,000 pounds of thrust. That's going to be
Он
doing
самый
a
мощный
lot
тут.
of your really major pushing maneuvers when we get into the powered flybys, the insertion into distant retrograde orbit, the burns to start sending us back home. that's the one that's really applying the most force. It can also gimbal, which essentially means it can swivel around, and that can help your steering. It's helped out by these 8 auxiliary
Это
thrusters.
8 других поменьше двигателей.
Smaller. Each one of those produces about 105 pounds of thrust each, but they add some additional push to that orbital
Они
maneuvering
нужны
system
для
engine. And then we also
такого
have
типа push
24
orbital маневр. А
reaction control
это
system thrusters, these smaller ones that you can see all around Orion. Those are used for a lot of
6
attitude control, so
орбитальных
again,
маневровых
they can help
двигателей.
which way you're pointing, but also small translational maneuvers, so moving side to side, up, down, those can be called into play. Now, all of those engines share a common fuel source. They're using what are called hypergolic fuels, a mix of a fuel and an oxidizer, in this case monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. Now those are long names.
Монометилгидрозин и
What
тетроксиде
does
диазота.
that mean? A hypergolic fuel essentially means you take your fuel and your oxidizer, you put them together, you get a reaction. You get an exothermic reaction which creates that thrust, which comes out. You don't need an ignition source like we have on SLS, which is
Кстати, да, у нас теперь новая, самая мощная ракета в эксплуатации.
They're very stable. You don't have to store them at cryogenic temperatures, which
О, я нашел то,
is
что я
really
хотел.
necessary for smaller spacecraft in orbit because it takes a tremendous amount of
Сейчас я вам
electrical
покажу
energy
фотографии,
just to
которые я
keep
хотел
fuels
показать.
that cold. And so we can store them at a much closer to room temperature, essentially, when they're on board this spacecraft. So that's all of the primary propulsion that's going to take over. And again, that's going to be after we get through translunar injection. We're going to be doing correction burns on the way out, a number around the moon as we hang out in distant retrograde orbit for about a week, and then eventually sending us on the way back home. But still attached to ICPS right now, going to detach shortly after that burn is complete, and then Orion will be flying free, the service module pushing it for the rest of the way. So with that, I'll send it back over to Leah as we get closer to that TLI burn.
Thank you, Dan. And yes, indeed, we are looking for TLI coming up in about 7 minutes from now.
Так,
Again,
начался translunar
that's a
injection.
long burn for us, about 18 minutes long. But before we get to that milestone, I have a friend of mine here. It's Stu McClung, the Program Planning and Control Office Chief of Staff for the Orion program. Stu, I am so glad that you could join us today.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to be here.
So how is the spacecraft performing so far, and what's next?
So far so well. Good. We were clean during the pre-launch and ascent. The team's down the hall in the MER taking a look, working everything. It looks good so far, so that's good. And of course, we got the burn cup. After the burn, we'll start ticking through all of our planned events. Like we have a solar, the SAW modal survey. The wings will have a modal survey that we'll do later this morning. One of the first DTOs that we'll take a look at and evaluate how they react.
So DTO, designated test objective. What's another one of those that we'll be looking at over the next 26 days?
We have probably a good 100 of them. They, culminate from everything from like the modal survey to how the cooling system behaves, common track system. On entry day, one of our major test objectives is looking at how the heat shield and how it handles entry heating.
So how does it feel to be here today?
Так, вот еще 3 фотографии подъехало. И вот это то, что я хотел.
It's great. I was doing my shift in the MER earlier today.
Видимо, влажность воздуха, топлива, компоненты топлива и так далее не позволили увидеть красочную медузу, а возможно и время суток реально было не совсем то.
This is day one for us. We've got 26 days for our team to execute now, and we'll go do our job and set the stage for future Artemis exploration.
And we're excited. We're going to be here along the way for all those major milestones, burns, all the other exciting events that we are looking forward to. So thank you so much for joining us here. We are really excited. A big congrats to you and your team.
Thanks. Let's go have a good burn and let's go to the moon.
Let's do it. We are now less than 5 minutes away from the translunar injection burn. Again, this is the burn that's going to send us around the moon. going to commit us to a lunar trajectory. It is approximately an 18-minute burn. It's a firing of that RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion
Ну, там
stage.
ракеткам они не показывают, ну ё-моё. Так, ребята, с вашего позволения я немножко отлучусь. Вы просто побудьте в режиме ожидания. Вот. Надеюсь, ничего страшного не произойдет. Ну, до отстыковки я точно вернусь.
You've got a view here of the White Flight Control Room in Mission Control Houston. This is where all of the teams will be monitoring the mission over the next 26 days. Teams monitored launch tonight. There are, of course, several different shifts that'll be working here. All right, we are coming up now on about 3 minutes until the translunar injection burn. Again, this is about an 18-minute long burn. Firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage commits us to lunar trajectory. It helps us break free from the gravitational pull of Earth. In case you missed it, in June of this year, we launched Capstone, a small satellite launched from New Zealand designed to test a unique lunar orbit for our future space station around the moon called Gateway. And just 2 days ago, Capstone arrived at its intended orbit around the moon. So we're very excited for that milestone. It really helps pave the way for our future Artemis missions. We are now 1 hour 20, coming up on 25 minutes since liftoff from Kennedy Space Center today at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. We had a really smooth ride to orbit. We saw solid rocket booster jettison, as well as launch abort system jettison. Eventually, we had core stage separation, which put us in the configuration that we have now, with Orion connected to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and flying free. The solar arrays deployed and have been swept back in preparation for the translunar injection burn. Earlier, we had the perigee raise maneuver, which lifted the lowest part of Orion's orbit around the Earth, put us in this perfect positioning ahead of translunar injection burn. A good shot here of our 2 flight controllers. On the left, you saw Judd Freeling. He is the Ascent flight controller. He's been with his team here for the last several hours. And to his right is Rick LeBrode. He's the lead flight controller for a majority of the rest of the mission. Judd's team will take over again once we get back into the re-entry portion. We're now less than a minute away from translunar injection burn. And this is a live view from the spacecraft.
У нас лайв-вью с космического корабля у нас закончился, по-моему, трансlunar injection.
For the majority of the rest of the mission. Judd's team will take over again once we get back into the re-entry portion. We're now less than a minute away from translunar injection burn.
А, вот он еще идет. Красиво выглядит.
And this is a live view from the spacecraft. Australia towards the Pacific Ocean. This translunar injection burn will begin to take it away from the Earth, breaking it free from the pull of gravity. We're standing by for confirmation that the burn has started. We have confirmation from the booster officer that the translunar injection burn has begun and that we are at maximum thrust. Again, this is a long burn, about 18 minutes, 1960s, and it's a...
Так, немножко трансляция что-то у нас подлагивает.
Australia towards the Pacific Ocean. This translunar injection burn will begin to take it away from the Earth, breaking it free from the pull of gravity. We're standing by for confirmation that the burn has started. We have confirmation from the booster officer that the translunar injection burn has begun and that we are at maximum thrust. Again, this is a long burn, about 18 minutes, 1960s, and it's a proven, reliable engine. This single engine has 25,000 pounds of thrust. We've already seen the ICPS in action today as it powers
наверное, короче, все хорошо. Пока плохого, как минимум, ничего не услышал.
Of the Earth. This is the closest Orion will be to the Earth until it begins its return home from the moon. I'm going to keep reporting that number. And by the end of the gravity, now traveling at 17,000. There are other burns that will take place throughout the mission to direct Orion exactly where we want it to be. PS separates will be conducted by using the single main engine.
Что-то трансляция совсем плохо. НАСА, алло, что со стримом? Starlink купите.
Coming up on 2.5 minutes into the translunar injection burn. And we're now traveling over 18,000 miles per hour. Again, that speed is going to increase as well. This is really going to push Orion toward the moon. And we are now 252,400 miles away from the moon. And they include the Lunar Ice Cube, developed by Morehead State University in Kentucky. This will search for all forms of water with an infrared spectrometer. Luna Map from Arizona State University will create higher fidelity maps of near-surface hydrogen in craters and other permanently shadowed study the lunar environment. And Lunar by Lockheed Martin in Colorado will perform advanced infrared imaging of the lunar surface. Now 3.5 minutes into the translunar injection burn. Again, it's about an 18-minute burn, traveling 18,560 miles per hour. Quiet on the loops here in mission control as the
Да,
Orion 10 engine continues
injection
doing
у нас
its
все
job
еще
on the
идет.
interim
Это видно
cryogenic
по
propulsion stage.
экрану. Блин, так сказал, видно по экрану и приблизили.
Почему
мы не видим здесь пламени? Потому что здесь водородный двигатель, у них прозрачное пламя. Скорее всего, из-за этого мы медузу не видели.
There's a CubeSat on board studying Earth called Equuleus by the University of Tokyo, along with JAXA in Japan. Equuleus stands for Equilibrium Lunar Earth Point 6U spacecraft and will travel to Lagrange Point 2, imaging Earth's plasmasphere for a better understanding of our planet's radiation environment. We're now coming up on 4 minutes and 45 seconds into the translunar injection burn. Orion traveling at 18,982 miles per hour. Our distance from the moon continues to decrease, now 251,900 miles away. To highlight some more of our CubeSats on board, we also have BioSentinel, developed by Ames Research Center in California, and will use a single yeast cell to detect, measure, and compare the impact of deep space radiation on living organisms over an extended period of time. Argo Moon was developed by the Italian Space Agency and Argotech in Italy. This CubeSat will observe the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the stage that it's firing right now, with its advanced optics and software imaging system. And our last CubeSat through the Centennial Challenge is Team Miles from Florida, who developed a CubeSat that will demonstrate propulsion using plasma thrusters and will compete in NASA's Deep Space Derby. These CubeSats pack a ton of tech and science in a tiny package, so they don't all have redundant systems. And if any of the CubeSats missions don't go as planned, it does not affect our primary objectives of Orion's mission. This rideshare opportunity is a rare chance to send CubeSats beyond low Earth orbit, and we're looking forward to seeing what we learn. We're now 6 minutes into the translunar injection burn. Orion traveling at 19,500 miles per hour, being propelled by the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Still quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams are tracking no issues during the translunar injection burn. Again, this is about an 18-minute burn, so we have approximately 11.5 minutes left. It's also been 1 hour and 33 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. That was a 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time launch. A smooth ride uphill, as we heard from Bruce Tiller and Johnny Heflin working with SLS at Marshall Space Flight Center. And this view from Mission Control Houston, teams continuing to monitor the Artemis 1 mission. This is where they will be around the clock for the next 26 days, all the way until we bring Orion home for a safe splashdown. Coming up on 7.5 minutes until into the translunar injection burn, so less than 11 minutes left in the burn. Orion now traveling at almost 20,000 miles per hour, 251,237 miles away from the moon. Again, that number continuing to shrink. Orion itself is still over Earth. It is over the Pacific Ocean, south of Hawaii. As we've mentioned in today's coverage, multiple countries are represented in Artemis 1 through the SLS, Orion, and European Service Module, as well as the payloads riding along. While NASA is leading the Artemis missions, international partnerships will play a key role in achieving a sustainable presence on the moon while preparing to send humans to Mars. In 2021, over a dozen countries signed the Artemis Accords, which will establish a common set of principles to govern the civil exploration and use of outer space. The Artemis Accords will create a safe, transparent environment that facilitates exploration, science, and commercial activities for all of humanity. This cooperation not only furthers space exploration, but also enhances peaceful relationships between countries on Earth. We're now over 9 minutes into the translunar injection burn, an 18-minute burn, so we have about 9 minutes left. We're about halfway through. The RL-10 engine continues to fire at maximum thrust. Orion traveling attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, now over 20,600 miles per hour. It's been 1 hour and 37 minutes since we launched today. Again, that was 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center. Orion is still attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the last burn for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage while attached to Orion. It will also have a disposal burn later on. About 10 minutes after we have ICPS cut off, Orion will separate from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage itself, and the capsule will be flying free, still attached to the European service module. We've got about 7 minutes left in the translunar injection burn. Orion traveling now at over 21,000 miles per hour.
Так, снова здесь, ребят. Извиняюсь за такие отходы небольшие. Приходится иногда это делать. Вот. Ждем отделения Ориона.
The RL-10 engine continues to fire on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, powering the translunar injection burn. This is the second firing of the ICPS today. The first we saw was the perigee raise maneuver, which lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth and put it in the proper positioning for this burn. This is the burn that commits us to the moon.
Да, это у нас такое самое важное, на самом деле, зажигание двигателя. Если бы нас еще нормальную трансляцию сделали, не просто с изображением центра управления полетами, то было бы вообще шикарно. Здесь потом будет ракеткам. Хотя бы запись его. Хотя бы что-нибудь. Единственное, ребят, я попрошу у вас буквально пару минут, мне надо будет еще отойти, и все, я окончательно с вами. Если вы будете донатить донатные донатики, то я это увижу и обязательно прокомментирую все. Спасибо за понимание.
Now over 13 minutes into the translunar injection burn, putting us less than 5 minutes away from cutoff. We have had a nominal burn so far. That RL-10 engine continues to fire at maximum thrust, 25,000 pounds of thrust. We're now traveling over 21,730 miles per hour. And we've just heard the call for priority 1, meaning we have reached the point at which we could return at lunar return or similar speeds, testing the heat shield as required ahead of flight for Artemis 2. Now over 14 minutes into the translunar injection burn, less than 4 minutes until cutoff, traveling now at over 21,900 miles per hour. Now less than 3 minutes away from cutoff of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and coming up on 1 hour and 42 minutes into the Artemis 1 mission. The RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage continues to fire as planned at maximum thrust. Again, this is about an 18-minute burn. That's about twice as long as the ride to orbit today.
Немножко не понимаю, сколько минут осталось до завершения этого маневра.
From the pull of Earth and take us to the moon.
Но думаю, что уже скоро закончится.
16 minutes now into the translunar injection burn. Orion traveling at over 22,276 miles per hour.
16 минут длится уже translunar injection burn. Зажигание двигателя для перехода на транслунную орбиту. Получается, где-то 3 минуты осталось. Чуть меньше, может.
About a minute and a half now until cutoff of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Again, this being an 18-minute burn. We are now 248,280 miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer, 605 miles away from Earth, and continuing to increase that distance.
Так, ну ждем. Сегодня не день, а сказка. И SLS, и Starliner. Кайфово.
Less than a minute now until cutoff of the ICPS. And the end of the translunar injection burn. We've had a good burn all the way through so far.
Это будет означать, что наш корабль отправляется к Луне. Останется только дождаться его отделения.
44 minutes since launch today.
Так, у нас завершился Translunar Ejection Burn. И мы имеем подтверждение выключения двигателя RL-10B. А теперь осталось дождаться отделения корабля Orion. Мы, кстати, снова над Штатами. Ух, опять кругосветка. Но тут это было логично.
Now that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage has completed its translunar injection burn, it is no longer needed to propel us to the moon. It's done its job and it will separate from Orion. After it separates, those 10 CubeSats we discussed will be deployed from the Orion stage adapter, which is below the service module and above the ICPS. Each payload will be ejected with a spring mechanism from dispensers installed on the Orion stage adapter. And again, these will help us study the moon and space weather, test innovative propulsion technologies, analyze the effects of radiation on organisms, and provide high-resolution imagery of the Earth and moon. The CubeSat deploys will start just short of about 4 hours after launch. Once those CubeSats are deployed, the ICPS will be on track for disposal in a heliocentric orbit, meaning it will closely circle the Sun until destroyed.
Так. После отделения корабля Orion у нас будет отделение 10 кубсатов. Потом будет отделение еще 2, и потом уже ближе к Луне будет отделение еще 1. Всего 13 кубсатов.
The next change we'll see is for the ICPS to separate from Orion and the service module. Those will continue flying free on their journey toward the moon.
Вот это блики, конечно. Мне кажется, они какие-то гиперболизированные. Давай, НАСА, лагай, трансляция, лагай. Больше лагов, богу лагов. Ты летишь над Штатами, ты не можешь лагать. Вообще, картинку сейчас должны идеальную показывать, снятую в павильоне. Где картинка? Чья картинка?
It's now been an hour, 47 minutes, and 30 seconds into the first flight of the Artemis program. Orion now traveling 21,860 miles per hour, 1,129 miles away from Earth. That stage separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, again, should be about 10 minutes after the translunar injection burn is complete, so approximately 7 minutes from now. Shortly after ICPS separation, Orion's service module will fire its auxiliary thrusters to move the spacecraft a safe distance away from the expended stage. Orion continues on an outbound path to the moon, and the Orion stage adapter attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will deliver several small payloads over several deployments.
Я хочу построить РС-5 с кораблем Альтаир, ну, лунным модулем. И РС-1 с космическим кораблем Орион еще той версии, когда его Локхид Мартин еще придумывали. Ну и там же можно и SLS попробовать сделать. Во сколько стрим по КСП? Во сколько вы хотите? Ну, только предупреждаю, что это, скорее всего, после 22 по московскому времени. Даже, может, после 23. Ну, где-то вот около, ну, ночью. Стрим будет быстрым, мы не будем отставать от планов. Просто посидим, поиграем, поболтаем. Да, на этом канале. У меня стримы на этом канале проходят. У меня нет игрового канала. Нет, все на этом канале. Думаю, где-то 5 минут осталось до отделения корабля. Даже уже меньше. Капец, какая анимация дерганая у НАСА. Сейчас солнце выглянет.
We're now over 1 hour 51 minutes since launch today from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Мы пролетаем, кстати, над Kennedy Space Center. Полтора часа как раз. Прошло. Ой, полтора часа, почти 2 часа прошло. Сейчас 50 минут.
And in this animation, you can see the service module directly below the capsule. Those solar array wings are deployed.
Это, кстати, впервые, когда европейские космические технологии питают американский корабль. Это тоже круто.
Continuing to decrease its distance from the moon, 245,150 miles away.
Отделение примерно минуты через 3, я думаю. Может, даже меньше. Было 7 минут недавно. Ждем отделения космического корабля Орион от второй ступени ракеты SLS. Вообще ракета SLS по факту это первая ступень и 2 боковых ускорителя. Это вторая ступень от United Launch Alliance. Но будем называть ее второй ступенью SLS. Так, это вторая ступень взята от ракеты Delta 4 Heavy. Напоминаю, ребят, поддерживайте канал донатами. Ссылка находится в описании, вы можете поддержать. Также, когда будет стрим по КСП, вы можете донатами как-то управлять стримом, скажем так. То есть вы скидываете донаты, говорите, что сделать, и я это делаю. Вот. Донейшены собираю на оперативную память, на обновление компьютера, на обновление оборудования для съемок, вот. Чтобы все было круто. Ну.
Hearing confirmation from teams here in Mission Control Houston that the solar arrays are in their proper configuration for interim cryogenic propulsion stage separation. Again, we just saw the translunar injection burn, a successful approximately 18-minute burn that has helped Orion break free from the pull of Earth's gravity and sending us toward the moon. We're now standing by for
У нас все подтверждено. Солнечные панели в положении для отделения. Ждем отделения.
Eject some CubeSats that will help us study the moon, Earth, and the space environment.
Ждем отделения космического корабля
Orion now traveling at 19,700 miles per hour, 2,270 miles away from Earth. We're expecting that stage separation to happen in about a minute.
Примерно минута до отделения у нас. Ну, покажите. Отделился. Ура! Космический корабль. Ура! Вот этого я ждал. Вот оно.
As you can see, we have confirmation of interim cryogenic propulsion stage from Orion.
Офигенно. Космический корабль Орион отделился и направляется к Луне. О, мы видим... Вот вторая ступень, мы видим камеру с Ориона. Да, видимо, на ракете Rocket не было, хотя странно. Должны быть. Покажите много камер с Ориона, пожалуйста. Ну, это круто, я считаю, это кайфово. Ребят, за это лайк, за это подписочка, репост, коммент. Донатик, донейшн. Вот. Махнем на Луну, реально. Сербонавты, общий сбор. Ну, вот так вот нельзя было весь стрим вот такой вот картиночкой провести. Она, конечно, ну, такая себе, ну, хоть что-то. Космический корабль Орион направляется на облет естественного спутника Земли. Вообще не хочется выключать. Вот такую картинку реально интересно смотреть. Интересно, а будет ли отсюда видно кубсаты, если они отделятся?
It's been 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 40 seconds since Orion launched atop the SLS from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. After a smooth ride to orbit, a perigee raise maneuver, and a translunar injection burn conducted by the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, Orion is now flying free, attached to the European Service Module and on its journey to the Moon. That might be the end of today's broadcast, but the Artemis 1 mission has only just begun. We'll continue live coverage for major milestones, including the outbound powered flyby and other major burns. But when we're not live, you can check out blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis and the NASA newsletter for updates on the spacecraft. We're also excited to introduce Artemis All Access, a short video product that will provide updates about mission accomplishments with a look at what's to come, as well as inside looks and explainers about the mission. And if you want to stay updated on mission activities and how to watch Splashdown, you can still register as an online mission participant with NASA's virtual guest program to stay informed as the mission progresses. Virtual mission participants for Artemis 1 will receive curated resource and mission activities straight to their inbox. You can register at go.nasa.gov/virtual-artemis1. That's a Roman numeral 1 as part of the URL.
Так, ребята, ну что, это было знаменательное событие сегодня. Это было просто что-то с чем-то, и не знаю, как нормально на это реагировать, но это было круто. Мы увидели запуск ракеты SLS наконец-то. Ура, ура! Спасибо всем, что присутствовали на канале, 1500 просмотров, 500 рублей за стрим. Одновременных просмотров у нас было 175 одновременных зрителей. 83 лайка. Блин, ребят, вы лучше, реально. Спасибо большое за то, что присутствовали на трансляции. Дальше, лучше, дальше, больше. Ждите сегодня видео про Starliner. Уже буквально считанные часы до него остались. Я обязательно кину анонс. Вот. Подписывайтесь на телеграм-канал, на ВКонтакте группу. Там, конечно, редко выходит. Сейчас больше в Телеграме все происходит. И также следите за обсуждениями на Ютубе. И колокольчик не забывайте жмякать. Вот. С вами был Дима, канал Линия Кармана. Всем удачи и пока.